Well, well, well. Another day of people talking about someone who is no longer on the team. But we will not be doing that today. Today, we are about to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go. Yep. Let's go. Y'all know what time it is. It is time to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Let's get it. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this live stream, please don't forget, as you come in, to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Man, let me tell you something. We ought to be thankful that God has blessed us with the ability to shut out the 3 and the 4-letter networks. The ability to choose who we want to listen to. That we can go and get some Cowboys content rather than doom and gloom, regret, and people trying to make people hate the Dallas Cowboys team. We ain't gonna do it here. We are talking about the Dallas Cowboys. We are the Dallas Cowboys. It is a privilege to play for this team. And we are not going to be pumping up some other team or trying to make people hate this team. We have an absolute great show for today. An absolute great show for today. Let me show you the lineup. So today, we're going back to this Brian Schottenheimer going to a Brian Schottenheimer press conference. We're going to be listening to that today. We're going to be listening to CeeDee Lamb and other player interviews. I am telling you, the more you listen to these players, they're tired of it too. They're tired of the Dallas media, but they can't tell them. They're tired of the national media, but they can't tell them. They're tired of all of these people who act like that this is the end of the world. No, I'm telling y'all, this is the beginning of a Super Bowl run by the Dallas Cowboys. We're also going to listen to some more Jon Gruden. We listened to him talk about defense yesterday. We're going to listen to him talk about offense today. And Jon Gruden, man, he did a great job yesterday. And I know he's going to do an even greater job today as he tells us about this powerful Cowboys offense. And then, David Mulugeta. I'm not even going into the dumb stuff that he's talking about with Michael Parsons. AOC did a great job with that today. Absolutely blew it out of the water. Go check out AOC's video on this thing with David Mulugeta. He said enough. I'm going to leave it at that. But we are going to talk about the fact that he is a part of the George Pickens agent group. So we're going to talk about the ramifications of that. And I'm going to tell you even now, I'm going to tell you then why you should still be encouraged. So that's the show. Schotty Presser, CeeDee Lamb, player interviews, Jon Gruden, Pickens agent, breaking news. Boy, we got a lot to go. We got a great show today. All right, let's get this thing going. All right, I appreciate it, man. There's so many of y'all coming in already. So I'm going to try to get in as many of these as I can. It's roll call time. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. It is time to get this thing started.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him.
John Henry, what's up? Good to see you. Ron Hanna, the regular, my man. He said, by chance you see Mulugeta. I saw that wicked just nonsense. Hey, Ron Hanna, I'm not even buying it. We on to the Cowboys and the Eagles. We ain't even sweating that nonsense. Kalen Lockhart, how about them Cowboys? Let's go. Lord Nova up in this thing. What up with you? Dak owns. He said a rich. I said Dak owns filthy. Let's get it. Eric King up in this thing. He said it's time for the world. Yes, sir. I see where you at. All right. Welcome, Eric King. What's going on? Let's go. DC4L. Roster man. Let's get this thing going. Let's go. Cowboys fan. Let's go. What up, G Money? I'll tell you some New Jack City. Let's get this thing going. Big Moss Dog up in here. D7379. Duckface. What's going on? He said, I'm ready for the first game. Man, I'm ready too. Go Dodgers up in this thing. He said, all about the Dallas Cowboys. That's it. All about the Dallas Cowboys. It's time to pluck them filthy feathers. Let's go. Jacob Jackson in this thing. What's going on? Sooner fans, time to bless them. Run it up, 72. What up with you? Lord Nova already greeted, but he said hit that like button. I agree. Hit that like button. What's going on, Brandon Cup? Up in this thing. How about them Cowboys? We them boys up in here. What's going on, nephew? I see you up in here. Geek up in this thing. Kimbo 889. Let's get it. 5 points of the star. Made man. He said, Peace G, you might not remember. I told you, why sign someone who doesn't want to be here? You agreed you have an issue with that too. He sealed his own fate. We both said it. Yes, sir. And I don't understand why somebody says the most important thing to know is that somebody wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy while they're signed to another team. Boy, Green Bay, I'm telling y'all right now, Green Bay, you're going to see why a lot of the fan base and even players, front office, why they are relieved. Y'all are about to see Green Bay. Cowboys Nation, he said, best live stream in the game. Okay, I'm with you then. Let's go. Look, Queen, my sister from the beginning. I'm ready for Thursday too. But my wife told me at dinner last night, she said she can't wait, look, Queen. I'm ready. The day is almost upon us. Yes, let's go. Charles Moon, he said 31-27. We gonna pluck them filthy feathers. Let's go. Cowboys for life up in here. What's going on? Reedy Zanguini, what's going on? Wisington, 97. I'm with you. Sign Wilkinson for 1 year. If we can handle Charles Haley, we can surely handle Wilkinson for 1 year. Let's get it. Justin Durham up in this thing. DJ Stripe 1, what's going on? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. Let's get a few more. Man, there's so many of y'all in here, I can't get everybody. But again, Inglewood Trojans up in this thing. John Jones said, what up, G Money? I said it's a New Jack City. R.T. Holman, my brother from another mother and through Christ. What is going on with you out there in Florida? You laying on the beach listening to this show. What's going on? Beatrice Adams up in here. Good to see you. Again, Made Man picked the Eagles. No surprise. Made Man is up in this thing. BK Cowboy fan. He said it's time to go, Cowboy Nation. The bell is going to ring. It's on and popping, y'all. Started in the city of brotherly love. He said, hence they do not like no Cowboys. It's time to get up in there and tear this thing up. Stephen White is up in here. What's going on? My man, Tyrone Church, in here. D Kizzle, what up with you? Mr. James is awesome. What's going on? He said you won me over with that 4 a.m. show. Let's go. Yes, sir. Sub-Zero Prime, what's going on? Hoodie Kush up in here. The Predator up in here. Star Guardian X up in here. Man, I'm trying to get it in, but we got to get this thing started. Reginald Trudeau, Charles Moon, BK Cowboy fan. Everybody is up in here. Miss Matrix, Dominique Pittman, The Regular. What's going on? Charles Moon, Lottie Moore, Laurie Moore. What's going on? I can't get it all in. Clip the wheels. Let's go. Brady Cup. Joe, Trachina, what's going on? Azteca Aguilar, let's get this thing going. Man, I can't get all of y'all in. All right, Lee Grant is up in this thing. Let's go. C. Burleson, salute. Y'all give yourselves a hand. I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. Y'all are the guest star of this show. Don't y'all worry. I got a collab coming this week. It was supposed to be today. I had some things come up, but we'll be talking. Me and him will be talking soon. I have a collab, and I'm hoping we're going to try to get it together Thursday because tomorrow is a little too hectic for me. But, boy, we're going to have a good old time, hopefully on Thursday for a pregame show or in the morning or whatever the case may be. Bertram Patterson just came into the congregation. What's going on? Mose Logan in the congregation. Lee Grant in the congregation. What's going on? Jay chilling up in here. Samuel Porter, he said, we here in Funky Town. Let's go. Hey, Taylor, let's go. All right. So, Brian Schottenheimer. I have not listened to this, so we'll all be listening to it brand new today. But from what the title is I saw, is that Brian Schottenheimer is going to be somewhat talking about the trenches. I'm very interested in this conversation because I'm realizing now, looking back, a lot of people don't realize that when Jerry said this was about the run game, a lot of people are saying that it's not true. But now that I start thinking back on a lot of the early interviews that Brian Schottenheimer was giving, Brian Schottenheimer was letting us in on this is what they had been talking about. The Cowboys had been talking about stopping the run all along. And the reason why we know this to be true, think about the things that Brian was saying. You got to have cornerbacks that can tackle because you know you're going outside in. You're talking about cornerbacks that may be on an island. They have to be able to tackle. You think about, then he started talking about the defensive tackles in this game. You have to have a very good offensive line because most teams today have like multiple players on their defensive line. Wouldn't believe that an offensive coach would be talking like this. But the reason why now we kind of see all in retrospect, why was he talking like this? Because he's got Dak Prescott. He's got CeeDee Lamb. And I'm sure that the George Pickens conversation was already being had. Those are not overnight decisions. They're discussing all of this stuff. And so I'm telling you right now, the Cowboys are pretty giddy. Some things have come to fruition that they wanted in ways that they never imagined, and not necessarily ways they never imagined, but maybe ways that they didn't think they were going to happen. One thing I know about being a man of God, I always tell people, be careful what you ask God for. You be careful what you ask God for. You really need to think it through. Because you'll ask God for something, and then God will put something in your life that will cause you to get the thing that you want. God don't put it on a silver platter for you. No, there are some things that you have to give up when you want certain things in life. And the Cowboys wanted trenches. Least did we know that giving up Michael Parsons was going to be one of the ways that we got it. No, we don't have the best pass rusher in the game no more. Nope, we're probably not going to be third in sacks anymore. But I've already showed you the stats. It's strange to me that the top pass rushing teams are not winning Super Bowls. It's strange to me the teams that are paying edge rushers almost like quarterbacks now. They're not winning Super Bowls. They're not sniffing Super Bowls. Somebody tell me right now before we listen to Brian Schottenheimer, tell me that you're confident that the Los Angeles Raiders or the Las Vegas Raiders, you tell me, you believe they're going to the Super Bowl this year? They paid Max Crosby. Do you think they're going to the Super Bowl this year? Do you think they're going to the Super Bowl next year? Do you think they're going to the Super Bowl the year after next? I'm pretty sure most of us don't believe this. Just look at these teams that are doing this. The Cincinnati Bengals re-signed Travis Henderson. Do you think their defense is going to be that much better? He didn't. What else did they improve defensively? Their offense was already high octane. Those players were already on their offense. Just go down the line and start thinking about these high-paid edge rushers. And you tell me if those teams are closer to the Super Bowl than they were before they signed those players. Myles Garrett, somebody, I dare you, tell me the Cleveland Browns are going to the Super Bowl. Tell me they going to the Super Bowl. Tell me you see in the Cleveland Browns future. Tell me if you see a Super Bowl in the next 5 seasons. I can't see the future, but I can tell you this, the stuff they're doing. Signing Myles Garrett was actually the least of their worries. I'm telling you where teams are winning these Super Bowls. They're winning them in 2 spots. They're winning them at the defensive tackle position, and they're winning them at the center and the offensive guard position. That's where the battles, that's where the wars are being won. That's where the real Super Bowls are being fought. Because and I want y'all to think about this as we get in the shot here. Like, again, I hadn't heard what he's saying, but he's talking about the trenches from what I can tell from the title. I want you to think about what the Cowboys have done that people aren't giving them credit for. Myles Garrett talked about how good the defensive line play is in this league, especially the trenches. The Cowboys went and got Cooper Beebe. Boy, I'm still telling y'all, Cooper Beebe has been so good, we don't even talk about this man. That's how good Cooper Beebe is. We don't even talk about this man. Cooper Beebe. I'm not telling you he's the next Travis Frederick. But this dude, Cooper Beebe, is a baller. Cooper Beebe is a baller. We also went and got Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker, while he may not be Zach Martin, but I don't want him to be Zach Martin. I want him to be that Tyler Booker that was tearing things up at Alabama. And I was saying earlier, I said, hey, maybe the Cowboys will move Ty Smith over to the left tackle. Now I'm realizing why they don't want to move him over to the left tackle. Now I realize why they don't want to move him over to the left tackle. They don't want to move him over to left tackle because of people like Kenny Clark. Because of the type of defensive tackles that the Philadelphia Eagles have. Do y'all realize that the Philadelphia Eagles have actually shown us the blueprint and we still don't realize it? Do y'all realize that the Philadelphia Eagles did something absolutely insane 2 seasons ago, I believe it was? Anybody remember Hassan Reddick? Does anybody remember Hassan Reddick? Remember how crazy we thought the Eagles were for not re-signing Hassan Reddick? How'd that work out? How'd that work out? The Eagles are even gambling again. They were willing to let go of Josh Sweat because the Eagles already know it's the interior defensive tackles. It's the interior of the defensive line. That's where you're winning games. It's not sexy, but that's where you're winning the games. It's on the interior of your offensive line. I say right now, the Cowboys triangle, I call it the triangle. The Cowboys triangle is incredible. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Smith, Tyler Booker. They're incredible. Not only do we now have us an interior defensive line between Oso Digizua, Kenny Clark, Solomon Thomas, Jay Toya, Mozzie Smith, if we can get him to be consistent. Do y'all not realize what we've built? We have literally built the skeleton for a Super Bowl team. We have built the foundation for a Super Bowl team. You now have 2 good to great And I'm going great. I don't care about that generational crap. It is overrated. Generational crap is overrated. Reggie White was generational with the Philadelphia Eagles. Didn't win nothing. Goes to the Green Bay Packers, where they put players around him, and that's when he won Super Bowls. I don't care about that generational crap. It is nothing but smoke and mirrors. It's crap. You got to have some defensive tackles and some offensive guards and a center that can literally control the line of scrimmage. All we've been is sexy. That's why people call us soft. All we've been is sexy. We got a quarterback that can throw it all over the place. We gave him one wide receiver. We gave him a run game in 2016. Haven't had a run game consistent since. Haven't been what we needed to be in the trenches in front of him, directly at left guard and right guard and center after Travis Frederick. It's been decades since we've had anything to even brag about at the defensive tackle position. We thought Mozzie was going to be it. He wasn't the answer. It's not just Mozzie. We've been missing on this. Jerry said, hey, man, you know what? This Michael Parsons thing is out of hand. We're going to have to let this dude go. But if we're going to let him go, let me tell you why this is so genius by Jerry. Jerry threw logic out the window. Do y'all know Jerry threw logic out the window? Because all of the smart people say, why would he give him to Green Bay? Yeah, I'm one of them. Why would he give him to Green Bay? A team that we haven't been able to beat in 2014, 2016, 2023. We have not been able to beat them in the playoffs. Why would he do it? That's our logic. But now, as I'm looking at this, Jerry may be proven as one of the greatest geniuses we've seen in years. How about let's do this thing by addition, by subtraction? We need defensive tackle play. I went and got us good enough edge rusher. I didn't say we went and got us generational. See, people don't understand what replacement means. Replacement doesn't necessarily mean that when I replace you, I'm better than you. But don't discount this either. Don't you dare discount that when I replace you, that if I'm not better than you, I promise you there's something I'm better than you at. I promise you I'm better than you at something. It may not be pass rushing, but I'm better than you at something. And I know the one thing I'm better at than you is being me. That's what I'm better than you at. And that's being me. And so whatever I bring to the game, I'm going to bring that to the game. And you are not the benchmark. I'm not setting my goal when I get in the lineup of the edge rusher. I got to get 14 and 15 sacks. That's not my goal. My goal is to be the best me I can be and help this team be the best team it can be. That's me. That's what I'm doing. Jerry said, I got good enough edge rushers. Not generational, but good enough. But watch this part. But I'm going to improve where I know we've been the weakest. In the trenches at that defensive tackle position. So no matter who we trade with, it has got to be a team that has a defensive tackle that I want. You can love it, you can like it, you can hate it. But Kenny Clark is a very good defensive tackle. And y'all might think that we strengthened the Green Bay Packers. Jerry is saying maybe in his mind, because I'm thinking that in my own mind, we may have actually weakened the Green Bay Packers. Somebody says, how do we weaken them? Because we haven't been able to win with Michael Parsons on the edge. We haven't been able to win with Michael Parsons with all of his sacks. We haven't been able to win with Michael Parsons with everything that he's done for us at the edge position. 52 and a half sacks in 4 years, generational. We haven't been able to win with him. So how about we give him to the Green Bay Packers? Watch this part. How about we give him to the Green Bay Packers? And how about we take what they have been able to win with? Kenny Clark. Somebody said they haven't won. They've won more than us in the playoffs where it counts. They have done some things with Kenny Clark. Jerry said, we'll take what you don't appreciate. Because obviously you want the sexy stuff. You want it to look sexy. I know why you want it to look sexy, because Jordan Love ain't sexy enough. That's why you want it sexy. You want it sexy because Jordan Love ain't Dak Prescott. I'm telling you, the grass ain't always green on the other side. And the grass ain't always green because the jerseys are green. Jerry has done something that we're going to, and I'm not sure it's going to fully come to fruition this year. But you just watch and see what happens by next year. We're going to be looking at this thing that Jerry did, and we are going to be laughing at people. Because I don't care what anyone say. Tell me the threshold of Green Bay. Tell me the expectations. The Dallas media is still crying about a player that's not here. Michael Parsons' agent is crying about his player being on another team. Why is he concerned about what the Dallas Cowboy fan base think about his client who's no longer on the team? I could give two hoots of what the Dallas Cowboys think if I'm a Green Bay Packer. And the most important thing for everybody to know is not that Michael Parsons wanted to be with the Dallas Cowboys. The most important thing to know is that he is no longer a Dallas Cowboy. I don't care what anyone say. This man needs to fire his agent. It's crazy to talk like and think like this. I'm glad. I don't want that. I'm sorry. I don't want that type of stuff on my team. I don't want it on my team. All I want is a team that is focused on football. That's all I want. All I want is a player and players who are focused on winning and being a team. That's all I want. And I know this is what these players wanted, these coaches wanted, and the front office wanted. It's all they wanted. Let me get off my soapbox. Daggone's filthy. Pass the plate up in here. I'm telling us. I love everything this team. I love this move. I don't care what anyone says. I love it. And I'm not crying about it. I'm moving on. I have shut the door. And the only reason why I'm even mentioning this now is because of the silliness that we've seen some people posting today from our own Dallas media. Ooh, the details are detailing. Ooh, the details are coming. I don't care. The only detail that matters is that he is no longer a Dallas Cowboy. Details, that is the only thing we need to know. What are we going to do? Ooh, Jerry was wrong. We're going to force Jerry to allow him back on the team? Stop it. It's nonsense. Move on. R.T. Holman, appreciate you. 99-cent super chat. Star Guardian next, appreciate you. He said, can't wait to see what the Cowboys really look like. I'm with you. None of us know what they're going to look like, and that's going to be the beauty. Star Guardian said the Eagles don't have the highest paid, they don't have high-paid defensive end, and the team beat up the Eagles don't have high-paid defensive ends, but stout defensive tackles, the Bucks. Facts. I'm telling you, I believe Jerry realized this. I believe Jerry realized that if you look at the teams that went to the Final Four and the team that wound up in the Super Bowl, they did not have a generational pass rusher. They had them boys on the interior of that defensive line pushing that offensive line into the laps of quarterbacks and stopping quarterbacks from running up the middle, stepping up in the pocket, up in the middle, pushing them boys outside, forcing them into errors. That's what they noticed. That's why when they looked at this, they said, hey, man, this isn't as difficult as we're making it. Tony Lozado, appreciate that super chat. Tony Lozado said Packers got generational talent. One solo tackle. Hold on a second. He said one solo. Let me read it from over here. I'm sorry. One solo tackle in the last playoff game, averaging a whopping 2 solo tackles in 4 playoff games. I think the Packers got weaker. Jerry killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Boy, y'all gonna tell. I'm telling you, we gonna realize something before this is all said and done. Boy, this may have been one of the. It was a huge gamble, boy, but it may be one of the most genius moves we've seen in years. All right, guys, let me get out my soapbox. Let's check out Brian Schottenheimer.
Could be White Cotton, Shimco's. Yeah, could be a couple of those guys.
Go ahead, Calvin.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. We saw that Diggs and Guyton were on injury full participants. What's your confidence level that you'll have them Thursday night?
Yeah, I think trending in the right way. We've got our meeting with the training staff after practice today, but both guys are, like I said, working their butts off to try to get back and be ready to go, and we'll see how they do today. Today's kind of, as you guys know, a different schedule than what we've had here the last couple of years, where we'll still be running around doing things, and then tomorrow goes to more of a walkthrough. So Friday's kind of your day to figure out, hey, what are we thinking?
What does it say about those two guys that when they got hurt, we thought they would be further along before they come back, and now they might be here for the opener?
It raves about them and their competitive spirit and just the work that it takes. These things don't happen overnight. Trayvon's a guy that, really, truly, when he came back and started working closely with Britt and the trainers, just took huge leaps and strides, and so proud of him for the way he's attacked this injury and how bad he wants to get out there and play. We have to make the decision of, is he ready to go? He is certainly pushing to do that. And then, when the thing happened with Guyton, we weren't sure. We thought it could be much, much worse. But we also thought this thing could drag on first couple weeks. But these guys have not missed a beat, man. They're here all the time. Players' days off. They're in here getting treatment, and they've all had the vision of getting back. Why? For their brothers. Not to play the Eagles, but to get back here for their brothers and to be part of the team.
One more.
Trayvon Diggs. And Trayvon Diggs, I don't even know if it's about Trayvon Diggs being careful. But Trayvon Diggs said some things here the last few days, too, that's got me a little bit perturbed. And he is one of these, it's his type of conversation to me that the Cowboys really need to put off this team. So you're telling me DeMarcus Lawrence is gone? Micah Parsons is gone. And now you're talking about a Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence issue now? I say anybody who don't want to be here, get them gone. Get them gone. I hope Trayvon Diggs has a great year. Matter of fact, I hope he comes out the opening game. I hope he comes out the first 6 or 7 games. I hope he absolutely balls out. And in the process, I hope Savon Revel Jr. gets healthy. We all know, whether we accept it or not, Trayvon Diggs has no more guaranteed money left on his deal. The Cowboys are going to save $13 million by releasing or trading Trayvon Diggs. if this dude comes out and balls out, and I am praying that he does. If the Cowboys keep him the whole season, he's a Cowboy. I hope he balls out and helps us win a Super Bowl. But I'm also not going to be opposed to if this dude comes out and balls out the first 8 games of the season. By the time the trade deadline come up, Cowboys, if you could go trade Trayvon Diggs, if you could bring in a Bijan Robinson, if you could bring in a running back, if you could even get some draft picks. They're already talking about Michael Parsons is trying to recruit Trayvon Diggs. Okay, good. Go. As long as we get some great compensation for him, he can go too. $13 million is already going to be great compensation. But I tell you, I am not opposed to the Cowboys trading his butt up out of here and getting somebody in here who wants to be here and can contribute to this team winning. But again, did y'all notice something that Brian Schottenheimer did and keeps on doing? See, a lot of people are trying to give Trayvon Diggs' stint down in Florida with that group that he was working with all the credit. But did you notice what Brian Schottenheimer's did? And he's done it already again. He's done this twice. He talked about that when Trayvon Diggs came back and got with the Cowboys training staff, how it escalated, how quickly he was ready to go. See, some people want to give this credit to that Florida group. No, when he got with Britt and these guys, that's when things really just sped up to where he would be ready. Pay attention.
How hard has it been to try to manage snap counts and practices because you're not sure if you're going to have them and you got to obviously prepare for a game?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do that no matter what, whether guys are healthy or not. You always have to find ways to get guys reps and different things like that. But it's a good problem to have, not a bad problem to have.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. You've wanted to be a head coach for a long time. You're closing in here on a couple of days beforehand. Have you thought much about what you're going to say either the night before to the team in the hotel or right before the team goes out onto the field?
No, not really. You know, I think here's the way I view this, and it's funny, I actually caught myself doing this the other day, our bonus Monday. I kind of called the team up, and I kind of got a little fiery and excited about, playing the Eagles and, prime time and all that stuff. And I went to bed that night. I was like, what are you doing? Like, you know better than that. Because honestly, the way we approach things, Todd, is every game we play is just another championship opportunity. It's just another championship opportunity. We get a chance to go out there against the Eagles. You don't get extra credit for beating the Eagles in Philly on primetime than you do for beating the Giants at noon in AT&T Stadium. So what I don't want these guys to do, and I think the coaches are a big part of this, is go in there and try so hard. Oh, we're playing the Eagles. I'm going to do so hard. They're going to make mistakes if they do that. Play free. It's football. Fly around. Love being around with your brothers, man. Just run to the football. Celebrate. Have fun. And so, again, it's going to be pretty consistent throughout the course of the deal. We're guaranteed 17 of these. This is the first one of that. I think our guys will play well. But again, that's kind of going to be my message most weeks.
Y'all might not realize it. This sounds like some Jimmy type stuff. But again, man, there'll never be another Jimmy Johnson. The dude was just next level. But it sounds like a page out of Jimmy's book. Go out there, fly all over the place, get to the ball, make plays, celebrate, play free. Sound like Jimmy. Sound like some Jimmy type stuff. I'm loving it. I am loving it. All right, let me get some more greetings in here real quick. I see some people that have pulled up into the congregation. I want to make sure I recognize them. At Venive. I think it's Venive or Venive. Welcome to the congregation. He said this was the best thing best thing that could have happened. Listen, y'all, just think back to all the stuff Michael has said, either live or either live or through tweets and stuff. He said that boy used to say the dumbest stuff. Yep. Man up in the crib, good to see you. Justin Durham said he wasn't a team player, and he was a distraction. He said, I'm glad we moved on from him. I am too. Mose Logan up in here, appreciate you. He said, CD had a terrible interview. Uh-oh. We're going to listen to it today. All right, the Newhouse fam, what's going on with you? Good to see you up in the regulator. Robert M., the financier, what's going on with you? Hey, I appreciate it. He said, G, straight fire. My man, Bruce, 3613, not Bruce Wayne. Oh, boy, you just coined something I hadn't heard nobody say. The media has JDS, Jerry Derangement Syndrome. I'm going to have to use that. Brandy said, well, that's what my grandmother used to always say. Well, Brandy said, bring that tambourine. Let's go. Good to see you, Brandy. Antediluvian, what's going on? He said, I thought our time with Pickens might be finite. He said 2025. He said, therefore, in a win-now situation. But we now have the room to sign Pickens. Hey, Antediluvian, I've been saying this. All roads have to me, from the get-go, all roads are pointing to George Pickens. Kendall Panero, what's going on? He said, Dak gonna have me excited and yelling. Can't wait to Thursday. Gonna have them Eagles crying. Yeah. Brandon Cup in the crib. Again, run it up 72. He said, we don't know and they don't either. Well, I'll tell you this, run it up. We might not know, but I can tell you what I do know. I feel good about this situation. I know what I know. And I know what a lot of this Dallas Cowboy fan base is knowing. And this is why a lot of people are mad, is because this Dallas Cowboy fan base didn't turn on the team the way they thought they were. Mr. 1972 Chevelle has pulled up into the congregation. What's going on with you? I see Energy Plug up in here. Energy Plug said Jerry knows ball. I tell you this, Energy Plug, he's definitely been trying to prove it for 30 years. So this may be when he finally proves it. What's going on? Bill Elliott, I'm sorry. What's going on? He said, I appreciate you. Yes, sir. Appreciate you too. Again, Charles Moon is up in here. Appreciate you. What's going on? He said teamwork makes the dream work. He said Parsons was nothing but a headache. Couldn't with him. Straight butter. Welcome aboard, Kenny Clark. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Ace Wade, he said on target, looking dapper as usual. Good to see you up in here today. The 70s fan show is up in here. He said strange that Michael saying his back is hurt, and now it is hurt. You know what, though, 70s fan show? I don't even know if I'm believing that. I just don't know. Because you know what my problem is, the 70s fan show? He barely touched the field in OTAs. He didn't practice not one time in training camp. Trevon Diggs said he had been training morning and night. And not one time did anybody say he was injured until it looked like that Jerry was going to make him play on the fifth-year option. I'm having a hard time buying it. Daniel up in here, my right-hand man. What is going on with you? Good to see you. All right, let's get back to this thing with Brian. R32, what's good with you? Good to see you up in here. All right. I think that's what I want to make sure I got some new people in here. But I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that share button. Atkin Mitchell, what's going on with you? Good to see you up in here. Lonnie Cabal up in the place too. Good to see you. All right, let's get some more of this thing with Brian.
Dak used the term super excited, I think,
And then we're going to come back to the Super Chats.
15 or 16 times.
Derek Parker up in the crib. He said, I'm repping in here for Philly. What's going on, Derek Parker? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope we see you after the game, because, boy, we are going to be insufferable when we beat y'all. Mills 36 up in here, this thing that stepped up into the crib. What's going on? What's going on? Saman Anderson. He said, Michael about to be pissed and salty as heck playing for Green Bay. Hey, wait till the cold comes. Wait till the cold comes. Shoot. All right, I'm going to get to the Super Chats after we hear from Brian.
The time we talked with us, what's your level of excitement to see what Pickens and Lamb can do for real out there in a real game?
I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch those guys every day in practice. You know, it's fun to watch those guys. But what I love, Todd, is I love the way they feed off one another and they celebrate one another. You know, as we all know, there's one ball, you know, and the ball can't go to multiple spots on a play. And we've got a lot of really good weapons. You know, Terp's having a great, lead up to the season. We're going to run the football. We know that. And so I'm just excited for how much fun those guys have playing the game as Cowboys.
John Mashore with The Athletic. Now being around George Pickens for a while, what would you say gives you the most confidence that he'll be able to hit the ground running week one, despite not playing in the preseason?
Yeah, just the consistency that we see every day in practice, the work that he's gotten with Dak. it's one of those situations where, like, these guys with now having a true game plan. We didn't have game plans going in the preseason, so now having real game plans, they're throwing specific routes that they're going to be throwing in the game, so you can get a lot of very specific, I say, refer to as me to you factor throws, where I'm throwing this ball to you, and okay, let's work out the kinks here. They've been working really, really hard on that. But the one thing I know about George is he's looking forward to the moment because he loves playing the game of football, and I think again he'll step up and play well, but also with a lot of passion come Thursday night.
With you knowing Dak, when you guys made that move, did you think that the rapport between him and George was click the way it has?
Okay, Derek Parker, I thought you said you was repping. Maybe I misread you. He said I'm Cowboys all day. All right, Derek Parker. Yes, sir. Let me say something here. There's a comment in here, and I really like this comment. Cowboys Nation said something that I think is kind of cool. He said that we could get Breece Hall. He said he would rather have Breece Hall, and the Cowboys ought to trade for Breece Hall. I'll tell you what I think the Cowboys could do as it pertains to Breece Hall. It all depends on how they're thinking. But if I were the Cowboys, I would wheel and deal on one of these picks. I would actually deal a first-round pick to the New York Jets for Breece Hall in exchange for a 2 and a 3. I would literally give them that Green Bay pick for a 2 and a 3. They would have to give me a 2, a 3, and Breece Hall. If they could give me that, they could have that first-round pick. I would take it. I would. I'd take Breece Hall, a 2 and a 3. I would take Breece Hall. Because I'm telling you now, if I'm giving those first-round picks, if I'm trading those first-round picks, boy, you better believe I am going to get me some serious compensation. I'm not just getting a player. No, I'm getting me a player and some draft picks. Same thing I did with Michael Parsons. That, for me, is the new rule around here. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm getting a pick and players. I'm not getting one or the other. Dagon's filthy. He said, close them doors and bring them baskets in. Yes, sir. Appreciate that super chat. Junior said, the word generational is becoming like the word racist. Used so much and incorrectly that it don't mean anything. Yep. And the problem is, when you throw around a word so loosely that the people who are truly the thing that you are saying fall between the cracks. That's the danger when you start doing that. Blue Blood said, Blue Blood, appreciate that $1.99 super chat. Bruce, 3613, not Wayne. He said there is an I in, he said there's no I in team, but there is an I in Micah. Yes, sir. Straight fact. All right, let's check this out some more.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it was just Dak. I think a big part of it's GP and how GP came in here. And GP's been humble, and GP's been all about, hey, whatever's best for the team. And then CD leaning into GP. So this was never a question about Dak's ability to interact. I'm not that guy that wants one guy to connect with somebody else or anything like that. This is more about just GP's willingness to come in here and open himself up and be vulnerable with our guys in the locker room. And I'm all about guys being authentic to who they are. And so, but like I said, from day one, it's been awesome.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. You've been building this offense the whole offseason, working with Dak and training camp. How excited are you to finally just put it on the field on Thursday night?
So excited just again to see how these guys take the stuff that we've been practicing and get it out there. Obviously going against a great defense, ton of respect for Vic Fangio and what he has done in his crazy career, and their defense is very, very talented. They're very simple. Their ability to communicate non-verbally is quite astonishing, to be honest with you. They're tied and aligned on the same page with things, and it'll be a tremendous challenge for us. But our guys will be up to it, and I think we'll play well.
And then it'd be your first time building an opening script in a couple of years. Have you already done that, or are you going to do that the day of the game?
No, I start that kind of this afternoon and leading into tomorrow, and we'll get a chance to kind of walk through it a little bit, before we go play. But it's a little bit like riding a bike. You kind of know what you want. Doesn't mean it always works, Nick. It doesn't always work. Sometimes you got to adjust. That's what opening game football is about, man, making adjustments. So we'll see.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You mentioned that nonverbal, stuff that Vic Fangio does. I guess from an offense perspective, even in scouting, how do you try to pick up on stuff? When do you recognize, hey, that's nonverbal, and what can that do for you guys in terms of providing challenges during the game?
Well, they make everything look the same. They do a really good job. It all looks the same. It all comes out of the quarters-based deal. Somebody did send me, I died laughing, Vic talking to Devontae Smith before practice, one of the practices, and talk about cover two. Well, Vic's not a cover two guy, so there you go. Are they going to play a lot of cover two? Vic, shoot me a text if you're going to play a lot of cover two. I'd love to know. But again, they're well coached, man, and they play hard. But there was a situation where I think it was Washington was running a formation, and they had looked like an automatic, the formation blitz called, and Washington changed the strength, and they didn't check up, and they ended up bringing a pressure to the other side, which they need to do. And you just, as a football coach and a football savant that I was once referred to, you're like, that's really cool shit. So they're really good.
And then Javonte Williams, Dak Prescott said his nickname for him is valedictorian Tay because of how well he prepares, and he was a valedictorian previously in his life. How have you seen kind of that ability from Javonte in the meetings and stuff, and what he is able to do and translate that to practice?
Well, Javonte was a little salty today. North Carolina, they had a rough start last night, and then he lost to Terp. We gave him another shot, so they both were 25 in college. So Terp beat Javonte, so TCU's up 2-0 on UNC. But it's funny, I'll tell you a quick story about Javonte. We were doing a move the ball period, I think a week or so ago, maybe one of the Frisco practices, and I kind of pulled a play that we hadn't run in a while. And I was kind of standing back behind the huddle, and I was like, hey, Javonte, you have this. And he looked back. He's like, Schotty, I got you. I got it. But, yeah, he gives you confidence. I think he gives Dak confidence. And I think that's what you love about the guy is, man, his preparation is top-notch.
Patrick.
All right, let's get a couple of comments in here. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Let's get our super chats first. Gene Mart's up in this thing. What up, Gene? Appreciate that $5 super chat. Gene Martz, okay, I feel what you're saying. He said, man, let's let these running backs Schotty picked. Yeah, I feel you on that, Gene Martz. I feel you. Man, let's let these running backs Schotty picked up play before we slice and dice the rest of the running backs in the league. I can appreciate that. And again, I believe that's exactly what they're going to do. I think they're going to see what they look like in that running back room. But honestly, if I were the Cowboys, I would go ahead and turn this over now to Phil Maffa and Jaden Blue. And I would use Javonte Williams. I would actually cut Miles Sanders. I would use Javonte Williams as in there. And it wouldn't be running back by committee. I would be trying to get the team more towards Phil Maffa to be the bell cow back, bigger, stronger back, and letting Jaden Blue be the change-up, plus playing in the pass game running back, similar to how we had it when Zeke was here. That's what I would do. But I've been seeing what some people have been wanting, Breece Hall and Bijan. So just throwing that out there, that if we were to do something like that, no, I'm getting a 2 and a 3. I'm getting a 2 and a 3 plus a 2 and a 3 plus that player if we were to do a Bijan or a Breece Hall type thing. Son of John, what up with you? He said, thank you for what you do, G. Enjoy your channel. Appreciate you. All right, definitely appreciate you. Let's get to a couple of these, boy. Antoine Jones got me laughing up in here, man. Antoine Jones said he burned his Michael Parsons jersey. Man, he said he burnt that. Hey, Robert M., I got to agree with you. He said, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, but please hit that like button. I agree with you. Lonnie Cabal, you just made an excellent point, man. I don't know what people are talking about, bro. You got to play Minnesota, Chicago, and Detroit twice a year. That's going to be tough. Not to mention playing in that weather now. That's going to be tough. It really is. But again, I wish him all the luck in the world, except against the Cowboys. Reality Cowboys said, we beating Philly on Thursday. He said, oh, yeah. He said, Brees Hall. We don't need him. Yes, sir. Austin also said, I wouldn't do that, G. He said, I'd rather deal a third rounder for someone like Tyler Algier. Okay. All right. I can see all this stuff we talking about. Comedian Alabama up in here. He said, I'll take that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Antediluvian. Man, let me tell you, I really think this dude, Miles Sanders, for whatever reason, boy, I think they're going to try to unleash him on Philly. I really do. I think they're going to try to unleash him on Philly because obviously he got some he said he got some hard feelings towards Philly, I guess, boy. So, hey, I think they're going to try to let this man loose on him. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Darren McDonald said, as Jimmy Johnson would say, we will win the ball game. Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. LA, let's keep this thing rolling, man.
Hey, Coach Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Circling back to the offense, you were rightfully hell-bent on keeping things vanilla as possible in the preseason.
7-9?
Yeah, 7-9.
Yeah.
Just talk about how excited you are and knowing that you still, and the importance of having that element of surprise going into week one.
Well, it's the only chance we ever get to do it. You know, next year there's going to be hopefully 20-plus games for people to look at of us. Again, there's just when you put a new staff together, Patrick, it doesn't matter whether it's offense, defense, special teams. Why would you want to already give a very, very talented defense and an incredible coach and Vic and his staff? And why would you want to give them those opportunities to kind of prepare for things? Do they know we're going to run the football? Yep. Do they know we're going to try to throw the ball to George and CD? Yep. Is Terp going to be involved? Yep. But they don't have to see exactly how we're going to build those things.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You've talked so much about wanting to be physical. How much of an early barometer is this going to be with their offensive and defensive line for just how physical you guys are on the last scrimmage?
Tommy, great challenge, man. I mean, these guys, that's what they do. I think if you would talk to Nick and Nick was standing here, I guarantee you one of the things that they would talk about is they want to, own the line of scrimmage. And that's what we want to do. So you got two teams that are kind of built on that. And now you got to get out there and put the ball down and see how the trenches play out. But, again, I'm excited to watch our guys go compete. And, again, very formidable challenge. Jalen Carter, man, incredible football player. And their offensive line speaks for themselves. I mean, what they've done and what they've been able to do. Jeff Stoutland and I actually coached together in, 1998 at Syracuse University. Jeff was the tight end coach, and he's one of the top 2 or 3 offensive line coaches in our league, man. He's just different, and be great to give him a hug before the game.
And then
I'm going to replay this part again. You notice what Brian Schottenheimer said? The Eagles are built on the trenches. But then he comes back and says, we are too. Question, were we built on the trenches before or after the Parsons trade? When? When would someone use the language that we're built on the trenches before Kenny Clark came to the Cowboys? Because I can remember some of the same people who are crying about MP were crying about Mozzie Smith being the one tech and the Cowboys not serious about winning because they're rolling with Mozzie Smith. Brian he's gotten exactly what he wanted. He didn't get it maybe the way he thought it was going to come, but he got what he wanted. Brian Schottenheimer got what he wanted. Tyler Booker, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton to handle arguably 2 of the best interior linemen you're going to see on this side of the NFC. And then to go on the other side, because the Philadelphia Eagles also have very good offensive line play. We went and got us a true one tech, and we already had Oso Digizua, who is arguably one of the top five three techs in the game. So now you went and got yourself a version of, or another version of, what Philadelphia is. Now that's why he's saying this is going to be a trench war. It's going to be a trench war. Because before this, it's always been Dak Prescott must play out of his bleeping mind in order for us to beat Philly. That's what we've done. Man, what y'all doing to Madman up in here? Madman is either thinking everything I'm saying is crazy, or y'all got this man rolling on something, because he is doing nothing but laughing today. What is going on with you, Madman? Let me see here. Bruce said, no more McCarthy. He said, no more McCarthy. Oh, no, Bruce 3613. He said, no more McCarthy clock and trick play screw-ups. Yes, sir. Boy, this man had me so mad in 2024, I didn't know what to do. This man had me hot in 2024. Him and Fossil. Just dumb stuff after dumb stuff after dumb stuff. Whew. Couldn't stand it. All right, let's finish up Brian Schottenheimer. And I'm going to show you what he's talking about with Vic Fangio. I'm going to show you what they're talking about that defense for some people who don't quite understand some of the language that he's using about Vic Fangio. And y'all don't worry. We are going to talk about the George Pickens stuff as far as that contract goes. And I'm going to tell you why. Don't even fret the George Pickens stuff. Don't even fret it. It will not be like the Michael Parsons stuff. And I'm going to tell you why. It's the same reason that DeRon Bland got done. It's going to be the same reason. Now, Ty Smith's going to be a little bit of a different animal. He doesn't have Mulugeta, but Ty Smith is going to be a little bit of a different animal because Ty Smith is one of the premier left guards in this game. He absolutely is. He's one of the premier left guards in this game. And so we've already seen somebody get paid who was not even as good as him, get paid more than him. So Ty Smith is going to break the bank. But I got a feeling the Cowboys are going to try to get him paid. I wouldn't be surprised if they get him paid by Thursday. But let's hear the rest of Brian. But again, I want to go back and listen to this part he just said about these trenches. Man, this has got to be the most powerful answer he gave in the interview. This is the most powerful answer in the interview. Let's check it out again.
Hopefully 20-plus games for people to look at of us. Again, there's just, when you put a new staff together, Patrick, it doesn't matter whether it's offense, defense, special teams. Why would you want to already give a very, very talented defense and an incredible coach and Vic and his staff? And why would you want to give them those opportunities to kind of prepare for things? Do they know we're
Davion
gonna
Wallace,
run the
what
football?
up with you? He
Do they
said
know
we
we're gonna
kicked
try
it
to
over
throw
here,
the ball to
Peeps. He
George
said
and
get them
see?
lights
Yep.
up.
Is Terp going to be involved? Yep. But they don't have to see exactly how we're going to build those things.
Now, before we let Brian repeat what he said about the trenches, I've been saying this even, like, you notice, they didn't let Kevontae Turpin do nothing in the preseason games as far as what how they're going to be using him. So Philly they're not going to know what hit him once we unleash him on them. But also, too, people do not understand. Stop thinking Donovan Ezeraku didn't play well in the preseason. This is a different coaching staff than we had than when Michael Parsons came in here. The coaching staff that we had before was all about showing things in the preseason. Brian Schottenheimer has purposely not shown things in the preseason, has instructed Matt Eberflus to not show things. And I'm telling you, one of the things that they did not show, they did not show the full repertoire of one James Houston, And they definitely did not show the full repertoire of Donovan Ezeraku. I'm telling y'all, why would you, before you play Philly, why would you have Donovan Ezeraku in the preseason games, spinning, leaning, chop suey, every move he got in 3 preseason games? Why would you allow Donovan Ezeraku to get on the field and show the entire league that he is that man? Meanwhile, giving Philly 3 weeks of preseason games to prepare for Donovan Ezeraku and everything that they're seeing. No, Donovan, we want you to get out there, get a feel for the speed of the game. Get out there and do a couple of bull rushes, go outside, see if you can get involved in the run. Not too much. Why would you want this man to put his whole display, just put this man on display in the preseason? Makes no sense. Not if you're doing what Brian is saying they're trying to do. They want some of the element of surprise. Why give Philly everything? Because after the Philly game, people will they're going to start getting tape on the Cowboys. They will be looking at players on the Cowboys. Teams will, like Brian is saying, this is the only chance you're going to get to have that element of surprise. So I'm telling us, don't undersell Donovan Ezeraku. Dante Fowler said, and I quote, Donovan Ezeraku can wake up out of bed and rush the passer. Man, it's amazing to me that there were actually people saying don't put no stock in preseason. But those same people went and looked at Donovan Ezeraku and said he didn't do nothing in the preseason. I can't with people, man. I can't.
Tommy R, TalkCowboys.com. You've talked so much about wanting to be physical. How much of a early barometer is this going to be with their offensive and defensive line for just how physical you guys are on the line of scrimmage?
Tommy, great challenge, man. I mean, these guys, that's what they do. I think if you would talk to Nick and Nick was standing here, I guarantee you one of the things that they would talk about is they want to, own the line of scrimmage. And that's what we want to do. So
no, they don't want to own the line of scrimmage. They did own the line of scrimmage. That's what they did from about mid-season on. Now, again, Cowboy fans, I still say that if Detroit doesn't get injured, I think the Detroit Lions may have been the Super Bowl champions. I mean, offensively, they were juggernauts. Their defense got decimated. I'm not even going to say their defense let them down. They got decimated. If those boys can get their defense healthy, they're going to be a problem too. But again, I'm just saying all that to say, yeah, Philly's trench work was crazy from about mid-season on.
You got 2 teams that are kind of built on that, and now you got to get out there and put the ball down and see how the trenches play out. But again, I'm excited to watch our guys go compete. And again, very formidable challenge. Jalen Carter, man, incredible football player, and their offensive line speaks for themselves. I mean, what they've done and what they've been able to do. Jeff Stoutland and I actually coached together in, 1998 at Syracuse University. Jeff was the tight end coach, and he's one of the top 2 or 3 offensive line coaches in our league, man. He's just different, and be great to give him a hug before the game.
Tell me again. Tell me again. Was Brian Schottenheimer saying that these 2 teams are built the same way upon their offensive and defensive lines before the Cowboys got Kenny Clark? I'm telling you, these people, they want you to hate the Cowboys so bad. They want to tell you that this guy wasn't about stopping the run. You better believe this guy was about stopping the run. Kenny Clark was about stopping the run because it's one of the only things that even makes sense to make the trade. You get you somebody who can stop the run because you have not been winning with the pass rushing thing. Makes sense to me now.
And then Tyler Booker, how do you gauge his readiness ahead of an assignment like Carter and Davis?
You guys know Book, man.
Booby
He's
D up in the
excited
crib.
about the opportunity to go play football. He's played against great players. I don't know if he and Jalen ever matched up. They probably didn't. They probably missed each other with both guys, leaving early. But again, Jalen's going to win some battles. Book's going to win some battles, and that's football, man. And if you can't get excited about that going into a matchup in a game, hey, man, I get to block Jalen Carter. How cool is that? And Book is ready for the challenge, but it'll be a fun one to watch.
Garrett Odell, CBS Sports. Brian, you helped Javonte Williams out of the preseason. How do you feel like he's physically equipped to handle lead running back responsibilities?
Yeah, I have no questions about it, Garrett. He's played plenty of football. We practice very physically when we have pads on. We actually, on Wednesday, we had we were running inside run, and safety came running down. It was actually Elijah Clark came running down, and Elijah had gotten him a couple plays earlier. Tay got a little high, and Elijah got him, and Tay got a little lower, and Elijah felt it. And so I don't worry about Javonte. He plays the game one way. He's physical, and he plays it with passion and really good pad level.
Quickly on Dak entering his 10th season, how have you seen him really just grow from the time that you've been here since 2022 on the field, off the field here entering?
He hasn't really changed, man. I commend the guy for the way he prepares every day. Here we are. It's Friday in our world, so we're putting in red zone, 2-minute things like that. And when I tell you, when we're up there talking and installing the plays, and here's what they've done, and this and that, and just to see the guy, man, just compete in the classroom, man, writing everything down and asking great questions, and taking responsibility for different things. Hey, I might do this here or there. I mean, that's something you learn as you get older. I'm sure Dak wouldn't, hey, Schotty, I got something to add here. Boom. When he was a rookie, he probably wouldn't have done that. But now he's just so comfortable in what we're doing and in his place on this football team that you get excited when guys do that.
I'm about to tell y'all something that some of you may not want to hear. And some of you may absolutely understand what I'm saying. But trading Micah Parsons, I could be totally wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be totally wrong. I've been wrong before. I definitely want to see y'all comments on this. Hold on, let me get a super chat in real quick. Wayman DeVoe, senior. Appreciate that $2 super chat. The Dallas Cowboys really helped Dak Prescott trading Micah Parsons. The Dallas Cowboys helped Dak Prescott when they traded Micah Parsons. I've been on this energy. It's not new. I was saying this last year when I started this channel. Y'all got to understand something about Micah Parsons. He didn't want to be the leader of the defense. Micah Parsons wanted to be the leader of the team. Not the defense, the team. He wanted to be the unequivocal leader on the Cowboys team. And he was kind of leading a charge. And a lot of people don't realize this. I did a video about this last year. This ain't new energy. He was kind of leading a charge of, he said there was a dynamic in the locker room of older players against younger players. Wait a minute, was that dynamic there, or is that the dynamic you saw? Micah didn't like the way the older guys did things. Micah wanted it to be a YN. Now, some of y'all might not understand what YN means. You might have to look that up in the Urban Dictionary. Michael wanted this to be more of a YN locker room. Meanwhile, you got these elder statesmen that are still on the team today. There were some then that are not here, and there were some on the team when he was here. That's why the moment DeMarcus Lawrence was gone, he said, it's now my time. But that isn't just what he wanted. He wanted the DeMarcus Lawrence stuff gone. Zach Martin is one of those elder statesmen. And you know who the elder of the elder statesmen were? Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott and Michael Parsons are so polar opposite. Y'all don't find it strange that they moved Michael Parsons' locker next to Dak Prescott's? I wonder why. I wonder why. I'm telling you, we do not understand how psychologically, a lot of people when they think about a team, and this is how I know that some people, I really question their football acumen. Because some people think that football is just about being on the field. But when you listen to the greats, they also tell you that the game is in their mind. The game is in their mind. Everything matters to them. Let me tell you something about the greats. When you talk about the Kobe Bean Bryants, when you talk about the Michael Jordans, when you talk about even the Deion Sanders, when you talk about the Tom Bradys, they don't think like we do. Everything matters to them. This was the one thing that I got to give Troy Aikman credit for, even though I kind of criticized the way he treated Brian Schottenheimer. But I got what why he was so frustrated. Everything mattered to him. Y'all might not realize this about Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman was always talented. But Troy didn't really experience big-time winning until he got with Jimmy Johnson. He had never experienced big-time winning until he got with Jimmy Johnson. And Jimmy was a coach where everything mattered. Everything mattered. People don't even get the method to Jimmy Johnson's madness. Even the celebrations on the field, the swagger, how they dressed, how they carried themselves. Don't get yourself in trouble. But I want you to be free. I want you to be loose. I want the swag, but I want you to be a demon on the field. I want you to practice hard. I want you to know your assignment. I want you to be the ultimate football player. Everything mattered to Jimmy. Most importantly, the mindset of the talent that he had. Jerry created a mindset, and that's the part. Jimmy created a mindset, and that's the part that Jerry didn't understand he was missing. Jerry thought Jimmy was all about the talent. No, Jimmy was about the talent that he was about to change the mind of. Jimmy just hypnotized the players. He had their whole mind in the palm of his hands. And that's what made those teams so good. And by getting rid of Michael, now there's no challenge. Everyone knows that Dak Prescott is now unequivocally the leader of this team. They'll be following his examples. They're going to feed off of him too. They're going to feed off of whatever he's doing. And I do think now we're going to have a team that's going to listen to him even more, even defensively, as he tells them if there's a mistake made, stay in the game, keep heading the game, keep playing until the end. We still have a chance to win. I'm telling you, people do not understand when you're talking about teams. Man, talent isn't the only thing. Man, if you got a player on a team that is uber talented and he's a problem in the locker room, it don't matter how talented some players are, man. You just can't deal with them. You just can't deal with them. Because they don't even understand that their own mentality is what's holding them back for being the greatest player that they could be. This is one of the reasons why. Man, Shaq and Kobe Bean Bryant is one of the most extraordinary studies of sports. I'm telling y'all, I've said this before. I had never seen anything like Shaquille O'Neal. I'm just telling y'all. I don't know if any of you ever saw Shaquille O'Neal play. Shaquille O'Neal was the most dominant player I'd ever seen in my life. I'm talking about just raw power dominance. Never seen anything like it. If Shaquille O'Neal would have really been, and I'm not saying he wasn't serious about basketball. But Shaquille O'Neal was so much bigger and stronger than any player in the NBA. He didn't put the kind of work in like a guy like Kobe Bryant, who wasn't the biggest, strongest, most fierce player that you had ever seen. But the difference between Shaq and Kobe is that Shaq, just through natural ability, said, I'm that. But Kobe Bean Bryant said, I'm not that, but I want to be that. And I want to be better than Michael Jordan. And so Kobe was always putting in the work. Everything mattered to Kobe Bryant. Every practice mattered. Your off season mattered. When you came to practice mattered. When you left practice mattered. I mean, everything mattered to Kobe. And Kobe couldn't stand to see Shaq be so dominant, but take so many things for granted as far as getting his game better. And Kobe didn't want to play with Shaquille O'Neal. How crazy is that? How crazy is it that Kobe didn't want to play with Shaq anymore? They could have been one of the most dominant duos to ever play basketball. But Kobe said, no. Because how can two walk together unless they agree? He don't care about this game the way I do. I don't want to play with him no more. People don't understand. This dude, Michael Parsons, is extremely talented. But I've said this before. He could be even better. Let that sink in. Michael Parsons could be better. But because of the people that he has around him, I don't believe they even say that stuff. Because when you're saying that I'm generational, it's going to be kind of hard to get in my head that I could get better. I guarantee you, Kobe Bryant, if you'd have told Kobe Bryant he was generational, he'd have cursed you out. Kobe Bryant would have cursed you out. You'd have told him he was generational. Michael Jordan would have cursed you out. You'd have told him he was, especially during his playing days. If you'd have told him he was the GOAT during his playing days, Michael Jordan would have cursed you out. I'm saying all that because when you really talk about championship teams, everything matters. Every single thing matters. And even when you talk about having these talented players, because it don't mean that you're not going to have players sometimes that may be a little bit kooky, a little bit off the wall. Dennis Rodman played with the Chicago Bulls. But the difference is this. Dennis Rodman absolutely loved basketball. As crazy as that may seem to some. He was great at what he did. But he also knew that Michael Jordan was the unequivocal leader on the team. And that's the difference. That's the difference. He understood that Jordan was not only the leader, but he also understood that what Jordan's whole goal was. And so I'm just telling us, there are just some times, man, you just can't play with certain people. You can't. It's not anything bad. You just can't play with certain people. And sometimes when those people are gone, while you may say, man, I don't know if we're going to be, I don't know how this necessarily impacts us, but in the long run, I think we're going to be better as a team. And I think this is what's happening to us. We're better as a team. And them, by what this thing was with Micah, I'm telling you, if you don't believe me, just go back and look at Dak Prescott's press conference from yesterday. It put him in a whole different headspace. The man said, we're relieved and I'm glad. Put him in a whole different headspace. And I think it put some of these other players in a whole different headspace. I just think it put them in a better headspace because they all, I believe, got to the point to say, man, we are tired of this stuff. We didn't want him traded, but he's traded. We got Kenny Clark. We got all of this crazy talk out of, man, we're just glad to go on. Point blank in the story at the end of the day. And I think this team is feeling a lot better for it. And I'm telling you what's going to happen on Thursday. I'm telling you what's going to happen on Thursday. When the Cowboys start getting sacks, you're going to see people start backtracking. You're going to see people start making up excuses. You're going to see people moving the goalpost because the Cowboys are going to be doing some of the things that they said this team was not going to be able to do. But I'm telling us, I guarantee you this put Dak Prescott in a better headspace. I mean, he said as much, but I'm telling us on so many deeper levels, it put this man in a better headspace. I'm just telling you, man, there are certain players, and especially when you got a player who is saying he wants to be the leader of the team, but he doesn't want to earn it. He doesn't want to He doesn't want to do the things that you view a leader as doing, not just on the field, but off the field. They don't want to do it. And then you got a media that is trying to bully a team into doing something that people are looking at going, "Duh, this dude ain't that." That don't put you in the right headspace. I'm telling you, the Cowboys have put this guy in a great headspace. I think this whole team is going to play so much better because of this. I'm telling us. Roche Joyner, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. What's going on? Welcome to the congregation. He said, anyone thinking they are bigger than the star need to be sent packing. One team, one dream, one ring. Exactly. I'm telling you, though, even if you listen to Brian was not talking like this until we got Kenny Clark. This man was still up there putting this dude, Mozzie Smith, on blast. He made the team. Translation, he was a first-round draft pick. We want to give him every opportunity to succeed. That's what he was saying. Yeah, we're going to keep him on the team. We want to see if we can get him to develop after this. But after this season, we're going to have to do something else. They're going to keep Mozzie, I believe, for the rest of the season. Hope he improves, and then see what happens by next training camp. And after that, they'll either cut him or deal him. Cut him or deal him. But I'm telling us, man, this thing put Dak Prescott in such a good headspace, and you could tell by the interview. The big Rombowski, he said, I forgot the game when he came out at halftime and pulled that stupid kickoff stunt. Man, that dude was so dumb. And then Mike McCarthy come out there talking about, yeah, man, it was a great play. I was behind it. Stop it. It was stupid is what it was. All right, let's hear the rest of Brian. I want to show you a couple of things here that I have looked up before we move on to the player interviews of CeeDee Lamb. Appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. We got a great show today, man.
Ed Werder, WFAA. You talked about creating a physical identity and your determination to emphasize running the football. But if you look at this team, it looks like it's best equipped talent-wise with the quarterback and the receivers to be more of a passing team. How do you reconcile that and create the right approach?
Yeah, that's a good question, Ed. It's fair. Again, you have to play physical in everything you do. You know, like throwing the football, you have to be physical, whether it's the protection aspect, the backs picking up blitzes, chipping some of the edges, receivers playing physical to create separation, Dak standing in there taking shots when there's free runners and things like that. But look, you know, we want to be balanced. We want to run the football. You know, there's got to be marriage between your runs and your passes. That's part of it. And then, again, you got to be ready to adjust. And you can be very physical as a football team and not just do it running the football. You can do it other ways. And not my statement, but somebody told me during the interview process as we were putting our staff together, they said the way that you can tell a physical football team is by looking at the smaller skill guys. And if those guys play physical, then you're a physical-ass football team. And I love that. I say it all the time. And so when I watch CD play and work in practice and dig out safeties and stuff like that, I'm like, that's pretty cool. Or Kavontae Turpin or, Kyer Elam. Some of these guys, you know, if those guys are physical, you probably have something pretty cool going on.
Last one.
Translation, Ed Werder. I've already had this conversation and people are late to the party. I've already studied Brian Schottenheimer. Don't let Brian Schottenheimer, the most runs in a season or top 5 in the run, don't let those stats fool you. The one thing I've noticed about Brian Schottenheimer, and the reason why I'm excited about him being the play caller, his personnel dictates how he calls his games. And when you look at when he was there in Seattle with Russell Wilson, the moment DK Metcalf hit the team, they went from running the ball predominantly to passing the ball predominantly. And that whole thing about let Russ cook, Pete Carroll was the one who put the governor on Brian Schottenheimer. Man, let me tell y'all something. I don't know what to expect from this man. Y'all need to prepare yourselves, brothers and sisters. Y'all need to prepare yourselves. I don't know what to expect from this man. But if Pete Carroll was the governor and he did what he did with Russell, I'm not going to be surprised if we see in the next 3 years health dependent. I will not be surprised if Dak Prescott has at least two 5,000-yard passing seasons. I'm telling you, I'm not going to put it past him because I'm telling you, Brian Schottenheimer is going to put that rock up in the air. He's going to put that rock in the air. And the way that really, when you talk about the Cowboys being physical isn't just running the ball. Let's take this back again to what Brian Schottenheimer talked about 2 questions ago. No, physical is, are you physical up front first? Man, you tell me anything you want to. If you're not physical up front, you're not physical. I don't care what anyone say. You're not physical if you're not physical up front. If you're not physical at the center, the guards, and then that permeates out, if you're not physical at the line of scrimmage, you're not physical. Your passing game should be physical. I'm not talking about the receivers. Your pass game should be physical because if your offensive line is dominant, they should be pancaking people, knocking people off their feet. Your offensive line in front of you should actually be creating quiet chaos. They should be creating violent, quiet chaos. What do I mean by quiet? That they create a pocket that is so safe for that quarterback that he can block out everything in front of him as far as his blind side, what's coming up the middle. He can already see his right. It should be just serenity. And he should be able to pick a defense apart. Physicality isn't just the run game. No, physicality begins at your line of scrimmage, period, in the story. That's where it is. Of course we're built to throw the ball. The moment George Pickens hit the team, you were built to throw the ball. We've been throwing the ball for 2 years with one wide receiver in reality. We have been throwing the ball. We're built to throw the ball, and we're going to throw the ball. Doesn't mean we're not going to run. Because in actuality, our pass game should open up the run game for us. Our run game is not going to open up the pass game. The pass game is going to open up the run game. Again, Daniel M., I saw what you said there about Ty Smith. I've already been saying it. I'm not going to be surprised if Jerry signs Ty Smith Thursday. The Cowboys want to get Ty Smith signed. I'm not going to be surprised if it be Thursday. Let's hear this last question, and I'm going to show you something that I put together real quick as we've been listening to Brian Schottenheimer.
Todd, back to Diggs and Guyton. If they are available to play, how mindful are you of what they haven't been able to do for
They're playing
a good portion of the summer? And is it easy to mix and match them? Like, you see different corners play, but usually an offensive line, it's, hey, it's your 5 guys and you roll with them. You work through all that.
Yeah, again, it's a little too early to speculate. I would say it's a little easier to mix and match your corners. You're right about that. You know, you're not putting your left guard, right guard in, and then taking them out every couple series. That's not desired. But again, we'll see how today works, and we'll see how
Quentin
the meeting
Johnson,
goes
you're
this
right. You're talking
afternoon.
Super
We'll certainly
Bowl.
have a plan, but it's much more flexible with receivers or DBs than it is with linemen. Good. Thanks, guys. See you out there.
Yeah, a lot of weapons. I think, it all starts up front with the O-line, but then also we got guys on the outside, 88, GP, who are going to make a lot of plays. Turp, and then... All
right, let me pull something up real quick.
We'll see.
All right, let me close out this window real quick that I'm hearing here. Hold on a second. All right, let me pull some stuff up here I was just looking at just a second ago. I want you to pay attention to first thing they were talking about was Vic Fangio. I want you to kind of see kind of what they were talking about here. I was looking up this earlier. And I think this will kind of give us a good idea of what they've been talking about. They're talking about how he disguises a lot of the stuff that he does. And so let's check this out, and then we'll go on to CeeDee Lamb. Vic Fangio's defensive scheme is an NFL strategy built on 2 high safety shells, a light box to support the run, and a complex communicative match coverage system designed to confuse offenses and prevent big plays. It features a low blitz rate with 4 rushers, often enough to get pressure, using safe pressures like the whip fire zone pressure at opportune moments. Key elements include disguising coverages, using bonus droppers to reinforce zones, and relying on a talented communicative defense to execute intricate zone match principles. So let's kind of dig into that a little bit. So when you start talking about the 2 high shells, the defense often shows a pre-snap look with 2 safeties deep, creating a middle of the field open picture to hide its true intention. So how does this hurt a quarterback, especially like Dak Prescott? Because Dak Prescott likes to step up to the line, look at the defense, maybe make a couple of make a couple of calls, whatever numbers he say, whatever he's saying. Maybe he does a quick whatever. He wants to see how the offense moves. That's what Dak Prescott wants to see. How does the defense move after he says certain things? How does the defense move after our offense makes any kind of shift? So when you're talking about a quarterback like Dak Prescott who lives somewhat on pre-snap adjustments, well, what makes Vic Fangio a problem is he don't do anything pre-snap. He doesn't do anything pre-snap. Ray Lewis was talking about this when it came to Peyton Manning. Him and Peyton Manning were talking after one of their Super Bowls or games or wherever, and he was saying that one of the things that Peyton Manning did to them, or one of their playoffs, he said that Peyton Manning would make sure that he would wait right before the snap. No, Ray Lewis said that what they would do to Peyton Manning is that Peyton Manning would do all his little Omahas and all these pre-snap adjustments. And Ray said they would wait 5 seconds before the snap, and then they would make adjustments at the last second to where he couldn't adjust. And so again, when you get a defense that doesn't show you anything, what are your pre-snap adjustments? What are they? Now, the way that I believe Brian Schottenheimer is going to counter this, and where I believe that Mike McCarthy, this is one of Mike McCarthy's weaknesses. Brian is using all kinds of he's using a lot of motion himself. Brian has got his players in motion. Brian is moving his players around. And so in moving the players around more and having more pre-snap motion for us, that will, in essence, more than likely make Philly at least have to make some types of adjustments also at the line of scrimmage. So Brian, this is going to be a chess game that Brian is going to try to create situations to where Vic Fangio is going to give him something. Even if it's something small, he's going to try to get him to tip his hand. And also, you have to be careful, because if it creates this middle of the field open, it also becomes a problem if you got a Dak Prescott, the seam master, Jake Ferguson, where it may look like the middle is open, and then the middle may not be open. So there's a lot of stuff to this. This is a chess game going on. This is why Vic Fangio did really well, especially down the stretch last year. Light box, the defense uses fewer defenders in the box than usual to slow the run, but relies on the talent of their defensive linemen and linebackers to win their matchups. Now, anybody who's watched the Philadelphia Eagles, this is exactly how they play. Their linebacking play last year was second to none. They got some good linebackers. Their linebacking play was second to none last year. Them boys were ferocious back there. So, that's another way they, of course, stop the run. Fangio, low blitz rate. Again, he's been doing this for years. You don't have to blitz when you got 4 that can get to the quarterback. He's not the only one that follows this philosophy. It's the same way the Green Bay Packers beat us in 2023. They rush 4 and drop 7. That's nothing new. A lot of teams try to do that. More teams are trying to do it. And so, again, it says the scheme relies on excellent communication and disguised pre-snap looks to muddy the reads for the quarterback, making it difficult to know the coverage post-snap. And, again, it makes the quarterback basically have to react to what's unfolding in front of him. But the thing that I do like about Dak Prescott, that if you will give Dak Prescott time, that type of stuff is no problem for him either, because Dak really thrives when you just kind of let him go and play free and just go out there and make a play. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for Dak Prescott. It says match coverage rather than simply playing a spot zone. Defensive backs match routes, carrying receivers vertically or passing off concepts to create confusing dynamic picture. So this is going to be a chess match. This is going to be a chess match. And we're going to get to see some things finally from Brian Schottenheimer. I'm going to tell you something. I truly believe that this may be the first time that somebody has seen the real Brian Schottenheimer. Being an offensive coordinator, a lot of times you still don't get to do everything you want to do, because you have to go by the philosophy of the coach too. You think about Kellen Moore. I bet you Kellen Moore's toes were curling up in his shoes last year because he couldn't throw the ball around with Jalen Hurts the way he was used to doing with Dak Prescott. I bet his toes were curling up in his shoes when he was with Justin Herbert. Because contrary to what he was told, Justin Herbert isn't as prolific as Dak Prescott. And so, even with Kellen Moore, we're not going to see what Kellen Moore is even this year, because Kellen Moore doesn't have the quarterback that he wants. But now that Kellen Moore is the coach, when he does get the quarterback he wants, You're going to see the real Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore will be calling things that we're going to be like, wow, I never would have imagined he would have called stuff like that. Yeah, because he's been with teams to where he still has to stay within a system. Well, now Brian Schottenheimer is going to be unleashed. Shoot, Brian can do a Statue of Liberty. He can do flea flickers. Brian can do anything he want to do now. This is going to be a true chess game. I think we're going to be so excited because we don't even know where Brian is. I don't even think we can necessarily use everything from his past to say we know where Brian is. Brian's going to be done. I'm telling you, Brian's going to be doing stuff, man, that's going to be wooing and wine people. Antoine said, Michael A. just said on first day, Mike is hurt. He's not a Cowboy. Antoine Jones, tell me how you would feel as a Green Bay Packer. Y'all see why it's good that we got away from this? How would you feel as a Green Bay Packer? The player that the franchise just bet the franchise on. Just gave him the most money for a non-quarterback in history. And we're saying he's hurt, that he's not a Cowboy? I can't, man. I can't. That's crazy talk to me. It's crazy talk to me. I can't even fathom this stuff. It's crazy to me, man. All right, let me show you something else I was looking at. Something else I was looking at before we move on to some more player interviews. I appreciate y'all rocking with me today. Got another interesting thing I think that's worth looking at. And we'll look at this again on Thursday. Let's look at Dak Prescott versus the Eagles. Dak Prescott versus the Eagles. And let's look at the last time we saw, I guess it looks like on here. Okay, I'm sorry, let me go up. Okay, the last time we saw Dak Prescott go up against the Eagles. All right, let's do it like this. All right, let's look at it like this. Okay. So last time we saw Dak Prescott go up against the Eagles, let's kind of look at what it looked like. So we got completions, attempts, percentage, yards, okay, average, TD, INTs, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the last few times, and I want to start backwards here because I think this is a very big deal when you look at these types of games. The last time Dak saw them, that was 12/10/2023. They were able to sack Dak Prescott 3 times. And then the first time we saw them, they were able to sack Dak Prescott 5 times. Now, this is a very big deal. In that game, those last 2 games, Dak Prescott was 24 of 39, 61%, 271 yards, 6.9 yards per play. I'm assuming that looks like 2 touchdowns, 99.4 quarterback rating. What that is, I'm pretty sure. And TD percent, I'm thinking 5.1, interception percent 0. Dak Prescott in the previous game before that, he was 29 of 44, 65.9% completion, 374 yards, 8.5 per attempt, 3 touchdowns, 115.2 quarterback rating. Let's kind of see if we can look at those 2 games. That was November the 15th, 2023. top performers, Dak Prescott. Dallas Cowboys beat the Philadelphia Eagles 28-23. Dak Prescott pretty much balled out that game, 374 yards. He was a top performer. Looks like Tony Pollard did well. Well, they say he did well, only had 51 yards. CeeDee Lamb, 191 yards. Jalen Hurts, 207 yards passing. That's his usual. 2 pass TDs. But I'm pretty sure Jalen Hurts ran real well that game. But this is kind of where we are. Let's go to the rush, as a matter of fact. Dak Prescott, okay, rush. Let's see. They don't have Jalen Hurts on there. I figured they would have had Jalen on there, but they didn't. Let's go down to some more stats here. These will be some telling stats. Yards per rush by the Cowboys, 3.5. They obviously did pretty decent, 3.3 yards by the Eagles. Yards per play by the Cowboys, 5.8. Yards per play by the Eagles, 4.9. So, again, the Cowboys looks like they held them to 109 yards rushing, but Dak Prescott was the Dak Prescott was the difference in this game. Dak Prescott went absolutely bonkers on the Philadelphia Eagles with 333 yards passing. So, okay, and I'm sorry, Philly actually beat Dallas in this game. Okay, Philly beat Dallas in that game. Okay, I misread that. Philly beat Dallas. That was a 28-23. And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm thinking right, that was a heartbreaking loss right there, because I think the Cowboys had an opportunity to win that game at the end, but it just didn't happen. So the Eagles beat us 28-23. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Then the next game, we actually beat them 33-13 that game. So we beat them the second game. They beat us the first game. Dak Prescott, 271 yards in that game. And in both of these games, I mean, you kind of look at Jalen Hurts, kind of his normal stuff. Had 197 the second game, 207 yards the first game. It's kind of where that's basically where he lives. And so the Cowboys, let's kind of look at what they did in the run game. Cowboys had 138 yards rushing in that game. The Cowboys again held them to 106 yards. But again, the difference maker in the game was none other than Dakota Prescott. 33-13, Cowboys basically beat the brakes off of them the second game. It was 28-23 the first game. The Cowboys were in that game. Cowboys wound up beating the brakes off of them in the second game, 33-13. So, Dak Prescott, when you look at him against the Philadelphia Eagles for the most part, man, Dak Prescott has owned these boys. Dak Prescott has owned them. Even let's look back at the Super Bowl season. This was the 2022 season for the Philadelphia Eagles. Even when you look back at the 2022 season, I mean, Dak Prescott owned these boys. Cowboys beat them 40-34. Dak Prescott, 347 yards. I remember that game. Gardner Minshew came in. Gardner Minshew threw for more. Gardner Minshew almost threw for the same amount of yards that Jalen Hurts threw in one game. I remember that game. Minshew was out there balling. Dak Prescott, 347 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Just outdueled him. Great game, but outdueled him. Dak Prescott has continuously owned Philadelphia. You'll notice in that game, 87 yards rushing. Cowboys held him to 87, 115 yards rushing for the Cowboys. But man, I am telling you, and I'm thinking this is one of the reasons why the Cowboys are going to unleash Miles Sanders on the Eagles, because he's an ex-Eagle, and I think he is chomping at the bits to get back at the Philadelphia Eagles. But again, Dak Prescott, I think he'll be fine. Let's see if we can pull up something else before we go to CeeDee Lamb. I was trying to find this the other day. I'm going to come to your comments before we go to CeeDee Lamb. I was trying to find all of the games of Dak Prescott coming off of injuries. He came back. I know against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Dak Prescott came off of an injury that first game, and then he wound up hitting his thumb on somebody's helmet. But Dak Prescott, from what I can tell, and I'll find this by Thursday. I've been looking for it. I want to get a real good snapshot of it. But Dak Prescott coming off these injuries, I'm telling you, man, he is absolutely dangerous. Yeah, he is absolutely dangerous. So, all right, let's come to some comments real quick. Then we're going to go to CeeDee Lamb. But I think we're going to be good to go. Cowboys Nation 22, he said he all in on Schotty. He said I was against him at first, but this guy's said and done all the right things. I'm glad he's our coach, hoping he has a great start to his head coaching career. Yeah, I'm all in on him, been all in on him. I still want him to, and I think he's starting to do that. I'd like to see him say a little bit less. He don't always have to have the right answer. Because I'm telling you, people will eat you alive, especially in Cowboys country. They'll eat you alive, always trying to hold everything you say against you. Ron Hanna said, man, Detroit last year was better than Philly. They were beating everybody. He said they were beating the brakes off teams, G. Right. If their defense didn't get hurt, man, this game would be us in Detroit. Boy, let me tell you, Detroit was beating teams so bad that players were actually giving interviews talking about you shouldn't beat a team that bad. Boy. They were that good, man. Then they got injured. 70s Fan Show said, let's not say that Nealon is the new DeMarcus Lawrence. The media does this a lot. Let him be him. Well, the only reason I say that, not comparing him in a sense, but I think Nealon is going to be very good against the run. I think Marshawn Nealon is going to be very, very good against the run. The Newhouse fam said, I just noticed something. Mulugeta fleeced Micah. He's the one pursuing the contract talks with Jerry and saying Michael deal is not personal. Shaking my head. Micah need to drop him. Need to drop him on God. Shaking my head. Been saying it. But this media, y'all got to understand. This media is in love with these. This media is in love. Michael Smooth in the crib. 53 years young today. What's going on, Michael Smooth? Happy birthday to you, my brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Again, Micah Parsons. Should fire that dude, man. I'm just saying. Even if he don't play for the Cowboys, firing. And I hope that George Pickens doesn't allow this guy to derail his whole thing. But I'm going to talk about George Pickens in the last segment of the day. 5 points to the star. What's going on? He said, I know one thing. Schotty better not let no more rookie sensations come on this team and not walk his rookie road. Everyone earns their due. Great game, rookie. Now grab my bags. No, he said, no dang on podcast. Yep. Yeah. Antoine Jones, Clark, Odigizua, Houston, and Nezaraku. He said, whoa, it's over. Them boys gonna ball, man. Those balls are going to ball. They're gonna ball. Caitlin Lockhart, I agree. We're better without Michael Parsons. We are. Bruce said 49 hours on the game time. Yes, sir. I'm ready. And I'm telling us, man, Michael Parsons not being on this team is putting him in a different headspace. And I think what they're even more offended by, I think they're more offended by the fact that people have wrote off the team because of Michael Parsons. Boy, I don't care what anyone says. That would be offensive to me. I'm not listening to nobody on that. I'm sorry. That would be offensive to me. And then to keep bombarding us with all of these questions, if there is one monkey I want to get off my back, I want to get this monkey off my back of the Michael Parsons trade. And the best way to do that is win. Darren McDonald, he said Michael was jealous of Dak Prescott. I believe so too. D says, still not happy with what we got for him. D's, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm just telling you, I don't think we could have. I just don't know if there were people out there, because Tom Pelissero said that there were people, D's. There were people, there were teams. They stepped away from this because they said he does so many things right. I mean, they said he was so good at so many things, but really, what is his specialty and how does that fit into your game plan? That's where they were all struggling. Jay Smooth said, I heard Michael Parsons was causing problems in the locker room. Man, James Slater even said it. Made Man said, I seen a video where they're talking about easy as another Robert Mathis. Mathis had 125 sacks, was a 5th-round pack. I'm down with that. Man, I'm telling you, this dude is a Raku. People don't understand. They did not want this man out there spinning and all the stuff. They didn't want him doing that. That wasn't their purpose. They already know what Donovan Ezraku is. They know that this dude can rush the passer. They were saving. Hey, I'm just telling y'all. Watch what he does by game 4. Watch what he does by game 4. Watch what he does. This dude is going to be balling by game 4. I won't be surprised if he gets I won't be surprised if he starts sacking this game. The dude can play, and I'm telling y'all, people are sleeping on James Houston. James Houston can ball. Poopy D, he said, I don't think he has a YN attitude. Well, I tell you this. Trayvon Diggs has a YN attitude, and they good buddies. And they good buddies. And when I say YN, don't even take it derogatory. Just take it on these simple terms, Poopy D, because I know where you are. Don't take it on the terms of, I'm saying, from a derogatory standpoint. But Michael wanted a younger team. That's where I am. Michael wanted to change away from the old way of doing things. He didn't want the old way, the older players' way of doing things. Michael was done with that. He didn't want that no more. Didn't want that no more. He made it blatantly clear in that interview. There's some old way of doing things. He wasn't just talking about D-Law. I'm telling you, he wasn't just talking about D-Law. Michael Smooth, appreciate that $1 super chat. I'm telling you. LaQueen, and I think it's going to happen too. Number 7 still got to go. Seriously. I think the Cowboys are going to let the league see what he is. Let him get his trade value up. Because you can't trade him right now because everybody's wondering, can he stay healthy? I mean, the Cowboys literally have not gotten any play from him since he signed that deal pretty much. So they got to let him get his stock up. And if he can play well, he can get his trade stock up and the Cowboys do it. Poby D, I agree with you on this part too, though. I do think he was frustrated that he didn't give a deal. Didn't have a deal. But Poby D, man, I'm telling you, Michael Parsons, the biggest mistake he made is simple to me. This man allowed David Mulugheta to get him to do some of the slimiest stuff we've seen. Poby D, I still say this is David Mulugheta. I blame Michael for allowing him to do it to him. But David Mulugheta did some slimy stuff. It now makes sense to me that David Mulugheta knew Micah Parsons had negotiated. And not only knew, but was in on it in a sense. I could see that when Michael goes to Jerry one time, David might not know. But if Michael went back the second time, that lets me know that David knew. Jerry said that he didn't come once, he came twice. And then after he came twice, Jerry handed him off to Steven, obviously to get everything kind of set. He even moved the number on Steven, and Steven moved the number. And you don't think that David Mulugeta knew all this? David Mulugeta is orchestrating this, I promise you. They did some slimy stuff. Hey, get Jerry to this number right here. And when you get Jerry to this number right here, then you pass him on to me. And then we're going to get the deal done. And David Mulugeta verified in that interview, he verified everything that Jerry Jones said as being true. Every last piece of it. Every last piece he verified. He just put a slick spin on it. He verified it. This man did some of the slimiest stuff that you'll ever see by an agent. And the fact that people are acting like that it was okay. It was not okay. And David Mulugeta know doggone well. Let me tell you what he thought. David Mulugeta knew that we're dealing with Jerry Jones, and we've seen this playbook over and over and over. Jerry Jones plays hardball. Then you can sit out, or you can do this, or you can wait him out. And the only thing Jerry gonna do, he gonna cave at the 9th hour. And Jerry fooled David Mulugeta, and David Mulugeta said as much without trying to say it. David Mulugeta got. A lot of people are saying that Jerry got. No, David Mulugeta got. Because Jerry did something that he didn't expect. But we all good now. We all good, Poopy D. I know you good too, so we all good. Poopy D said nobody put that work in like Kobe. Nobody. That's why Kobe. Think about it. How could Kobe not want to play with Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille O'Neal was the most ferocious player I'd ever seen in my life. I'd never seen anything like Shaquille O'Neal. I don't think there's ever been anything like Shaquille O'Neal. If Shaquille O'Neal would have really put the work in, shoot, Shaquille O'Neal could have had more championships than Michael Jordan. I mean, this dude could have had. He just didn't work, and that's why Kobe didn't want to work with him. Antoine Jones says Shaq said he should have worked harder in the offseason. He regrets it because now he realized in this new social media era, shoot. Woo! Man. Yeah, Jordan would have said Bill Russell. Jordan would have said Bill Russell more than likely. Poopy D, you right. Everybody not cut from that cloth. Boy, that boy Kobe was different, boy. Poopy D. This is why, Poopy D, I'm just telling you. Boy, you don't know. That statement right here, Poopy D. This is one of the reasons why I said this was the worst season for Micah Parsons to leave. Poopy D. They had put edge rushers opposite of him. They had put linebackers behind him. Even if the Cowboys didn't get Kenny Clark, I still believe the Cowboys were going to get a one-tech. I still believe the Cowboys were going to get a one-tech. I had been saying it. I didn't know they were going to make this trade and get a one-tech, but I had been saying it. I was confident the Cowboys were going to go get a one-tech. Micah Parsons and this defense with a solid one-tech would have been crazy. Now this defense, I believe, still going to be crazy without Micah Parsons because they got a solid one-tech. Yeah. Quentin Jones said Vach loved the eyes of Dak in that interview. Shoot, man, let me tell you something. Man, Dak looked relieved. Dak looked relieved. It's the bottom line. He did. He looked relieved. And I think this team is relieved. It is what it is. But I'm glad, man, we have moved on. We are not going to waste and spend a lot of time on a player that's not here. We're not going to do it. But again, I hope Michael Parsons' health, I hope him all the best. But not when he played the Cowboys. Not when he plays the Dallas Cowboys. All right, let's pull up some of these interviews. Man, we got so many of these doggone interviews, we might not even be able to look at all these things. But I want to pull up a couple of more of these interviews that we have today. And I want to look more at some of the offensive interviews today. So somebody said that CeeDee Lamb had a bad interview. Okay, I want to see what that means.
What's your reaction when you got news of Michael Parsons?
Okay. So you already know this is what they're going to start him out with. Let's hear what he has to say about this.
It's true.
I think I posted an emoji. That was a real emotion. Yeah, that's my dog, man. He knows it. I expressed it to him just about every week I could, so I feel like he knows where we stand as far as brotherhood, friendship, and all that. So obviously wishing him the best. Hope he has the best season ever. And he's Michael Parsons. You know what I'm saying? He's unblockable. He's unstoppable. So hope he terrorizes those guys over there.
What's it going to be like on September 28th?
The worst. It's going to be weird. It's going to be conflicting, and I hope he is not in the backfield in 2 seconds. Dead ass.
Do you just chalk this up to business, or business of the game? People learn this. This is the reality of a pro game.
Yeah, it is, bro. It is, and I've learned that last year, obviously, and you only can go off your own experience, and a lot of people won't even realize half of what's going on. And I understand you want to think about the team and you want to think about everything else, but man, you got to take care of your family first. And this is his first big contract, and I feel like he needs to get everything he deserves, and he did, and shout out him for that.
Right. That's your dog. There's a lot of players, dogs in the locker room. How are y'all as a team managing this, losing a guy that y'all were so close to?
Honestly, it sucked. A lot of people on the team, I mean, we're really close with Micah, and he was really good with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? He can relate to a lot of people. He loved to compete. Him as a competitor, him as a player, him as a brother, him as a friend. And overall, like I said, bro, he would be missed for sure by me and a couple other guys that I can name off the top of my head. But, I mean, obviously, I'd rather not. But as for him, again, I wish him nothing but the best, and I hope he stays healthy throughout this whole season and go kill it.
Was the whole locker room
So see, this kind of stuff right here is a problem. This is a problem. I see what somebody's talking about now. See, this is the type of person the Dallas media was looking for. This is what they were looking for. They were looking for CeeDee Lamb, or a player like CeeDee Lamb, who 2 days before you played one of the biggest games of the season, you're lamenting Michael Parsons. Everyone else has been mature on this. Okay, yeah, man, I wish him the best. Great contract. He's no longer here. We're on to the Eagles. But now we got a player. Now we got a player who wants to express all of his emotions for Michael Parsons. Boy, it's this kind of stuff right here. It is this kind of stuff right here. Bro, you can feel certain types of ways, but the Bible says only a fool tells his whole heart. Bro, you don't have to tell the media all this stuff. And I'll be honest. He's the only one that showed this type of emotion. So how in the world can he say the whole team is sad when he's the only one that's actually acting like that? I'm shocked in the first minute and a half of this conversation. The way he's responding. No one has been close to this. No one.
surprised by this decision?
I mean, yeah, essentially. Some people knew more than others. I didn't know anything. I didn't know what was going on. I just assumed that he was going to get a phone call, that he was going to be coming back here and he was going to get paid. I just didn't know how much.
Now, was the opinion of Micah, did everybody feel the same way about him, or did some players feel
what opinion? I don't.
Just in terms of how he ruffled feathers in the front office during the process?
Now watch this. They tried to do this to Osa Odigizua. Because let me tell you what they're after. Nick Harris said, I believe it's Nick Harris who covers the Cowboys. Nick Harris said, and I quote, "I have talked to people in the Cowboys organization who are close to this matter, multiple people. And he said it was unanimous across the board. He said people can take it or leave it. They can like it or love it. It was unanimous. And the only thing, now watch what these guys are doing. They are trying to crack that shell because somebody wants to report, contrary to what it's been reported, that it actually was not unanimous as it applies to Micah Parsons. I am telling you, this Dallas media, there is no shame in their game. Absolutely none. There is no shame in their game. You got a team, you can talk to a team. It is Tuesday, 2 days before the Philadelphia Eagles, and you're going to waste time talking about this issue that this team is so desperately trying to move on from. So you want to come and try to drag this and continue to drag it down the street. This is shameful.
I don't know anything about that, honestly, but he ain't up for mine, that's for sure.
Did everyone love Micah, I guess?
Yes. In my eyes, from what I've seen, yes.
See, let me tell you why what CeeDee Lamb is saying is so deceptive. I don't think he's necessarily trying to be deceptive. He's trying to say, from my perspective, this is what I saw. He's not saying this is how it was, this is how it is, this is how I saw it. You do know that when Terrell Owens was on teams, acting a fool, being a distraction, doing crazy stuff, you do know that teammates actually said they love T.O. too, right? How many players do we know of that brings distractions to teams? And then when you ask certain players, they'll tell you everybody loved that player. This ain't new. Do you think the Cincinnati Bengals hated Vontaze Burfict? Do you think the Cincinnati Bengals hated Vontaze Burfict? We could go down the line of players who have actually been distractions for teams and was the best thing they ever did when they either released or traded that player. And if you go back and ask people about that player, they'll say the same stuff. Don't think that don't mean that people didn't want to get rid of that player. Don't think that means that people don't think they were better without that player. Just because people like a player, two things can be true. A player can be a distraction and the whole team can like that player. Who didn't like the class clown? Not saying he was the class clown. But who didn't like the class clown? Class clown sometimes would get you a surprise pop test for clowning. Everybody laughing. Might get us in some kind of trouble. Everybody liked the class clown. But everybody had to admit that once the class clown went to the office, class went a whole lot better because now we're learning. Now we're learning. Class is quiet, conducive to studying, conducive to listening to the teacher. This media is diabolical. To try to drag things out of a player that would be contradictory to what another one of his players said. I'm telling you, this is diabolical. And anybody who advocates this kind of behavior, I don't know what else to say. It's diabolical. It's diabolical. We are 2 days before playing the Philadelphia Eagles. And rather than asking CD Lamb multiple questions about, are you excited to be back on the field? Are you excited to get revenge on the Eagles after the way they demolished y'all last year, after the way the sun was in your eye in a game to where y'all might have had a chance to at least make it close in the first game at Texas Stadium, rather than talking more and more about what are you expecting from you and George Pickens? How are you and Dak Prescott connection? How do you think all of this is going to translate onto the field? Rather than spending 8 minutes of asking some great questions about football, we're going to take the time out to ask this man what his feelings is about Micah Parsons. Boy, this is crazy to me. Y'all got to forgive me. I'm still learning this part. There are people who cover the Cowboys, and there are people who cover the Cowboys and love the Cowboys. There's a difference. Some of these people that cover the Cowboys, I'm convinced they do not like the Dallas Cowboys. There is no way I'm trying to bring this type of dissension in the locker room, nor am I trying to sniff out this type of stuff. I'm not trying to cause dissension in the locker room. I'm not doing it, and this is dirty. Can't stand it. But I understand.
It's hard for everyone to move on because there is a game this weekend.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say it was easy for us to move on, nor would I say it's hard. It's just, it sucks. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a repetitive thought. Granted, we did get a great player in Kenny Clark, so let's not override that. But as Michael being drafted here, I would have loved for him to finish his career with a star on his helmet, but obviously that wasn't the case. But yeah, man, that sucked.
All right, bright note. You being named captain, just talk about how it feels.
That's surreal. It wasn't, I didn't think it was real until he gave me the patch, honestly. And I've always wanted one for sure, and to lead the troops, and for those guys to really trust in me, and that speaks volume of the organization. They believe in me and my ability to lead. And yeah, I'm gonna take it and run with it, man.
Yeah, lead. Tell these people to shut up about Micah Parsons. Whatever between you and Micah is between you and Micah. You don't have to defend Micah Parsons. He's no longer a Cowboy. I don't understand why people are trying to defend Micah Parsons. You don't have to defend Micah Parsons. He's no longer here. That's not your responsibility. We got to stop trying to protect the feelings of people. The only thing that matters now is what's inside of those four walls. Bruce 3613, not Wayne, said, Lions at Green Bay. No Clark, no Parsons. Goose egg coming. Man, I'm telling you, Green Bay gonna find out something about how good this dude actually was. They're gonna find out something, man. Junior says sometimes the most cancerous player is the most liked. Say it, Junior. Who don't love the class clown, man? Who don't love the class clown? Man, we got to stop trying to make these things be equal. Just because I like somebody, that don't mean that this wasn't the best move for us. You don't think people liked Antonio Brown? We don't think the Raiders were looking at Antonio Brown like, hey, he crazy, but this dude here, he can play. They liked Antonio Brown. They probably wouldn't have minded if he'd have stayed on the team. It's just crazy to me that people are literally trying to dig this out of players. It's just so maddening to me. Cowboy Nation 22, he said, let us all take a minute and thank Jesus for another day on this beautiful planet, and that the Cowboys football is back. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. Yeah, Cowboys Nation. Cowboy Nation 22. It's a great day to be a Dallas Cowboy fan. It's a great day to be a child of God. Go Dodgers said, I hope that these so-called vanilla schemes that he ran in the preseason are just that. I want to be really mad. He said, I want to be really mad if it ends up like chocolate doodle in the regular season. Go Dodgers. We've seen Dak Prescott do this up under Jason Garrett. We've seen him do it up under Kellen Moore. We've seen him do it up under Mike McCarthy. We've seen him do it even some with Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer knows this team is going to be good as long as Dak Prescott is going to be healthy. They're going to score points. Alfredo El Chuco in the house. What's going on with you? Good to see you. Hey, you remember what Dave was? They were saying, let Russ cook. Let Schotty cook. And now ain't nobody going to stop him because I'm telling you right now, Jerry is telling him. Shoot, Jerry is telling him. Do everything you want to do. Do everything you want to do. Yeah, tell it like it is. Yeah, I did something similar. He said a deep dive into Brian Schottenheimer philosophy right there on YouTube by Theological Cowboy will give some insight into what Schotty believes and how he may coach his team. Yeah, I did the same thing. I went all the way back on it. We did a live stream on it. I already know what he is. That's why I've been preparing people. The only reason why he ran those years, why he was leading in the runs or leading in rushes, it was the personnel. I'm telling you, man, when DK Metcalf hit the Seattle Seahawks, shoot. Boy, that offense looked totally different.
That tells you where your growth, because you was Amari's little brother. That
sure.
was
Still am.
You know what I'm saying?
Still
You
am.
was learning from them. Now people are learning from you.
Yeah, no, for sure. If those who don't know, I'm a student of the game. And again, shout out Coop, bro. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give him his flowers for as long as I'm here. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know if I would have been as successful as running routes as I am now. But I've learned so much from him in 2.5 years, and I feel like without him, it's been, I don't know, bro.
Coop was a monster.
But I've learned a lot. And again, shout out him. And man, he taught me how to be a professional, a receiver, and to be dominant in this position.
Have you been a captain before? High school, college?
Yeah, in college I have. High school I was, but I mean, it was never with a C on my chest.
What does that represent? What does that C rep to you?
Some elite work. I love that.
As one of the captains on offense, what's your message going into the game for the offense as far as trying to get started quickly?
We got to go out here and compete, man. We got to play. We got to play together. We got to be physical, and I mean, we can't be reactive as far as them bringing a punch to us, and then it was like, oh snap, we in the game. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we got to go out there, match energy, if not have them match our energy. And I mean, everybody's gonna have a lot of excitement. It's the first game. It's week 1. But then again, we also got to realize that everything is not going to be perfect week 1, and the season don't end in week 1. And I'm not saying that to negate any thoughts, because we still going in there thinking we're going to win this game. So,
let me tell you something that's powerful about this game. Let me tell you something powerful. Let me answer a couple of questions here. Or look at some of these comments. Hold on, let me make sure. Somebody gave some. Okay, make sure I got those. Okay. Quentin Johnson said, and being physical will also quiet the crowd. The crowd will not be in Dak's head. Quentin, I said this early on, and I'm going to make sure I go back to this. When your quarterback has a good defense, his whole mindset is different. When your quarterback knows he has a great defense, mindset different. He don't go into a game saying I can't make a mistake. He goes into a game and say I can play free. Because I got a defense that's so good that I'm not worried about turning the ball over, because they're going to get me some turnovers. When you got a good, great defense, quarterback plays different. Now, why am I saying this? Dak Prescott said we got to hit the Eagles in the mouth. CeeDee Lamb is kind of explaining how the Cowboys got to hit them in the mouth. I don't disagree with that. I've already said, for me, if I'm the Cowboys, my first play is to George Pickens, straight down. I'm telling you, I'm going straight down the field to George Pickens. Man, I'm gonna go play action. I'm gonna look him off to the left, and then I'm going to George Pickens down the field. I'm putting the Eagles on notice all day, bro. All day long. But I really think the most important thing the Cowboys can do, I think the way the Cowboys hit the Eagles in the mouth is with their interior defensive line play. to immediately let them understand. You are not running with Jalen Hurts up the middle today. Jalen Hurts, you're not stepping up in the pocket today. You're not running up the middle today. If you get any runs, everything outside, nothing up the middle on us. Stopping Saquon Barkley, forcing him to bounce it out, keeping contained with your defensive ends and your cornerbacks. The biggest statement the Eagles, the Cowboys can make to the Eagles on Thursday night is 3 and out. That's the biggest statement they can make. 3 and out. That's the biggest statement. Because the moment you stop them from scoring and then you come out and score, now the pressure is on. They already know you're going to be physical. That makes them regroup. There is nobody playing the Cowboys. There is no way. Even if we had not got George Pickens, there is not a team in this league that doesn't understand that Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb is dangerous. Who didn't already know this? They already know Dak, CeeDee, and George is dangerous because Dak and CeeDee were dangerous. They already know Dak, CeeDee, Jake Ferguson was dangerous. They already know Dak, CeeDee, Ferguson, and George Pickens is dangerous. You don't think teams already have in their mind? Cavante Turpin, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, dangerous. That'll be no surprise. The statement of this game for real, though, is what do we look like defensively? Do we come out and punch them in the mouth defensively? That's what matters. We got to punch them in the mouth defensively. Who doesn't know Dak Prescott healthy? Man, everybody know this stuff. It's been all over the internet. Dak Prescott coming off of injuries is this, that, and the other. We all know this. I'm telling you now, Vic Fangio, Brian Schottenheimer may come with some different plays, but he's not going to really surprise Vic Fangio because Vic Fangio is already telling his defense, hey, man, y'all already know what Dak Prescott is. Y'all do know the same stuff I showed y'all earlier about Dak Prescott against the Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all do know that Vic Fangio was there. Vic Fangio already know what Dak is with less talent. With less talent. Vic Fangio was telling the defense right now, man, this dude Dak Prescott is one of them. Don't let this media. A.J. Brown has already said. A.J. Brown said, and I quote, nah, bro, I'm not giving this to y'all on Dak Prescott. A.J. Brown said Dak is one of them. He said, now in the playoffs, I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. He said, but in the regular season, Dak one of them. You think that they're really going to come out if they make if the Cowboys don't come out and go 7-0 in the first drive? That'll be the shock to me. The real statement is, can the defense on Philadelphia's first drive, can they get them 3 and out? Can they get them 3 and out? Can they, on their second drive, can they get them 3 or 5 and out? Can they stop them on their first 2 drives? Because I'm telling you, if you can stop them on their first 2 drives, and then you come out and punch them in the face on your first 2 drives, and you make it 14-0, 10-0. Yeah. It'll start to set in real early. This ain't the same team. That's where the Cowboys got to punch a team in the mouth. That's where the Cowboys have to punch a team in the mouth. Dak and CeeDee is not the punch in the mouth. Everybody's expecting it. Who's not expecting it? Vic Fangio. Let me go back just for a sec. I'm going to let CD finish, and then I'm going to come back to this. Vic Fangio himself can't look at Dak Prescott's 9-4 record against the Philadelphia Eagles. Vic Fangio can't even look at that himself and say with an honest face, yeah, man, we're going to go ahead and obliterate these boys today. No, this dude is like preparing this team like, hey, these dudes got firepower. We got to be disciplined. We have to be on our game. We're going to have to tackle. We're going to have to get pressure up the middle. Because these boys now, they got Tyler Booker, Cooper Beebe, they have Ty Smith. We got to really get some pressure. Because just getting pressure on the outside on Dak Prescott don't work. Because Dak can just step up inside of that. And if they can just, okay, they get around, but if you can push them behind Dak, Dak's still good. The key to a cerebral pocket is no pressure up the middle. If y'all can keep them boys at bay in the middle, I don't care what's coming from the edges, I can step up. The real test for the Cowboys is defense. That's the real test. For me, that's the only test. My expectations for this offense is to be big. It's the defense. That's where the Cowboys have to make a statement. The defense.
Is it surreal? They're going to be celebrating their title. You know, I don't know if you have to watch this ceremony.
No, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it. Shout out them for that. Shout out Jay, because I still got brothers over there. You know what I'm saying? It's not really anything personal, but it's something that I'm chasing. So,
why do you want to watch it?
Motivation.
There's a lot of external excitement about what you and George Pickens can do. I guess, how excited are you individually just to see that?
I'm very excited, man. I can't even put it into words. I tell my camp back at home, my brothers, my family, my friends, how excited I am. And obviously, I don't want to keep expressing it to the media. I'll let you guys do that. But as for us, we got to go out there and do what we do every day, as we've been doing, and just continue that on throughout the season and never really get complacent or too excited about the moment that we're embracing.
Obviously, the Eagles are a very familiar opponent, but they have had a lot of changes in their secondary.
Yeah.
Sway gone and Gardner and Johnson. So how has that preparation gone? Because it's not like you can look at the starters in preseason.
I mean, we're very, again, like you said, we're very familiar with those guys. And Vic Fangio, I've played him this will be my third and fourth time this year.
Yeah,
so
it's still Vic Fangio.
The defensive scheme don't really change much. He does a great job of really just comboing receivers and seeing the tendencies that we run and try to adapt off them. But as for us, we just got to go out there and prepare and play fast. And
one of your fellow captains, Dak, year 10, you've been here for about half of it. What do you see from him in terms of his motivation?
He's confident, man. He got a swag to him. And, I mean, I say this every year, but, I mean, every year is like a year of elevation. You learn from your past mistakes and you try to get better off of it. And I feel like he has, and I can't wait to go out there and play with him again this season.
You have a night kickoff. What do you do? How do you pass the time?
For what?
Before a night kickoff.
Just prepare, man. Prepare. There's no such thing as over preparation. You can't just play the game over and over until the game actually comes. So when it comes and you see yourself making this play, it's like I thought about this already. So it's not really new to you, nor is it new to your internal self. So just again, put yourself in the game and study your keys, study your film, and make sure that you got everything that you need to play fast.
Your offensive line, pretty young. Some guys playing for the first time.
Yeah.
How much does that affect how you run your routes, or maybe how, especially against the D-line like the Eagles?
They don't change anything. I tell my O-line, just give us 3 to 4 seconds. If nobody's open, that's on us.
I feel like teams are, or even us in the media, underestimating what you guys could be.
Absolutely, but it's fine though.
Does that anger you guys or motivate you? What is that? The emotion?
Absolutely, but it's fine though.
For some of the younger guys on offense, like obviously rookie Jaden Blue or Tyler Booker, for example, what's your message as offensive captain to those guys so they don't get too outside of their shoes in Philly?
Compose yourself, man. Just compose yourself. This game has been a game, still the same game that you've played since you were a kid, since Pee Wee. Obviously, just people are a little bit stronger and smarter. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, man, it's still the same game. Just read your keys, do your job, just hold your 111, and be yourself. Play the game as if you are that kid, as if you are in college. You know what I'm saying? You might see some guys that you've seen in college, which I've done. So you'll see some familiar faces. Just go out there and be yourself.
Thanks.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're one of the first guys.
I like the interview overall. I don't like all the Michael Parsons talk. I really just want them to let these players get over this stuff, man. And I'm sure it pains. I'm sure it pains some of these players. I mean, of course it does. But at the same time, they're ready to move on, man. They don't want you to keep trying to knife the wound, throw salt in the wound. Man, these guys are ready to move on, man. Just let them move on. Respect these guys' privacy, man, and just let them do their thing. All right, I want to just listen to a couple of more interviews. And the two I want to listen to is Donovan Ezeraku and Tyler Smith. I want to move on to that. And before we go to Jon Gruden, I want to first do the George Pickens thing because I can see where that was kind of fresh on some of our minds. I want to do the George Pickens thing, so we'll skip. We'll do the George Pickens thing, and then we'll do Jon Gruden last. So for our last player interview, I want to listen to. I want to listen to first Ty Smith, and I wanted to do all offense today, but Donovan Ezeraku spoke. I have got to hear what Donovan Ezeraku was saying. I just saw that come up a little bit early, so I want to hear Ty Smith. Now, during this Ty Smith segment, y'all might not remember this, but we're going to go back. And matter of fact, we're going to tie this all into the George Pickens discussion. But I had already did a video and a whole expose. I guess I call it an expose. But I'd already did an expose on this thing with Ty Smith and why I know Ty Smith is going to get paid. And the whole thing with George Pickens is inside of that too. So we're going to look at that again also as we kind of look at this thing, with George, as we look at this thing with Ty Smith. We're going to tie all of this in to the Ty Smith conversation. All right, let's roll it. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Let's get this thing rocking.
Super Bowl?
No.
Why not?
I watched it on tape, but I didn't watch it on TV. I wasn't in it.
Does it piss you off?
It did upset me, yes. I did not get to play in the Super Bowl. Yeah.
What's your biggest message to a guy like Tyler Booker going into that environment?
I mean, just to go in there and be himself. I mean, God doesn't put us in any place that we're not supposed to be. And he's an extremely talented individual. He's a hard worker, and he loves the game. And so I think he just needs to go out there, do the things that he's practiced, and he'll be fine.
How much does Thursday night's ceremony, they're going to hang the Super Bowl banner, how much does that add fuel to the fire at all?
I mean, it's just like any other game for me. Like, regardless of the ceremonies or whatever's going on, like, we ultimately have a job to do, and that's to win. So they can do whatever they want, and we're going to go out there and handle business.
It's another off season and another.
Hold on a second. Let me read the super chats. I want to come to a couple of comments too. Ace Wade, appreciate that super chat. Ace Wade, he said, we got to throw the first punch early and often. And I'm telling you, Ace Wade, this offense is really that good. I believe it's going to be that good. But that's the punch that everybody's expecting. Everybody is bracing for the Cowboys' offensive punch. People will put extra preparation in this season for the Cowboys in their offense. But where the Cowboys can really become scary, let me give you a boxing analogy. Got any boxing fans in the house? Hit that like button. Let me give you a great boxing analogy. The reason why, whether people agree or not, the reason why Floyd Mayweather is one of the best boxers ever, pound for pound, it's not his offense. It's his defense. Floyd Mayweather may well be the best defensive boxer we've ever seen in our life. He is so hard to get a square hit on. It's the reason why he beats opponent after opponent. He beat opponent after opponent after opponent. They couldn't punch him. They could not punch him. He is the greatest defensive boxer we may have ever seen in our life. Now, some of y'all, this is going to go a little further back than y'all can remember. But there's this boxer by the name, some of us may have heard of him, Muhammad Ali, formerly known as Cassius Clay. A lot of people only know George Foreman today for Foreman grills. I'm sure if you are over 30 years of age, you've cooked on a Foreman grill. If you haven't, boy, I'm telling you, that thing used to cook some sandwiches, some chicken, steak, anything you throw at it, Foreman grill. Well, at once upon a time, George Foreman was one of the best boxers in the world. And similar to Shaquille O'Neal, let me tell you something. If you would have saw George Foreman in his heyday, you would have thought it was illegal for anybody to box a man that was literally that big. George Foreman was literally a giant in the box. He was a literal giant. And his physique, I don't even see how people boxed him. I mean, just to look at this dude was enough for you to lose the fight. Well, when Muhammad Ali had agreed to fight George Foreman, people in his camp didn't want him to do it. A lot of people didn't want him to do it. They thought it was suicide because they literally thought George Foreman, because of his punching power alone, they literally thought George Foreman was going to kill Muhammad Ali, leave him brain damaged. And the way Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman, everybody knew Muhammad Ali was one of the greatest punchers we'd ever seen. Speed, quickness, combinations, footwork. Muhammad Ali was a beast. But there was no way he was going to beat George Foreman like that. You can't out-punch George Foreman. So the way that Muhammad Ali devised to beat George Foreman is defensively. He beat him with the rope-a-dope. He leaned on the ropes the entire boxing match almost. And he let George Foreman punch himself out. And when George Foreman punched himself out, Muhammad Ali rained haymakers on him, and he shook up the world by beating George Foreman, who at that time looked like he was unbeatable. The way the Cowboys can really make their mark on this league this year, defensively. To show the league that Kenny Clark was one of the best moves they made, and in essence, helping the talent around him now be even better. Poobie D said it earlier. Michael needed a one-tech and linebackers. Well, guess what Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealon, James Houston, and Donovan Ezeraku have? Guess what they have that Michael Parsons needed? Poobie D said it. Linebackers and a true one-tech. We got it. And that's why I say that the mark that we need to make, the punch that we need to do, the one that we need to punch people in the face with is not the one they're expecting. They're expecting the offense. People are going to be sending everything in the kitchen sink against us defensively because they know the only way to nullify those weapons is you are going to have to knock out Dak Prescott. It's simple. You're not going to be able to lock down CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Devontae Turpin, Jake Ferguson, Jalen Tolbert, and anything else they throw at you. You can't lock these guys all down. You have to knock out Dak Prescott. You have to stop Dak Prescott because he is the brain that's going to make it move. If you can get to Dak Prescott, that's how you're going to slow this offense down. Because if you give Dak Prescott time, it's over. Everybody already knows it. That's what they're preparing for, but what they're not prepared for. The Cowboys defense are going to be trash. They no longer have MP rushing the passer. We should be able to do anything we want to them. This is where you got to punch teams in the face. defense. And the biggest punch that will be heard around the NFL on Thursday night will not be Dak Prescott to George Pickens. That's an expectation. Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb. That's an expectation. Dak Prescott to Kevontae Turpin. That's an expectation. Jake Ferguson. That's an expectation. What's not an expectation is holding Saquon Barkley to less than 100 yards. Holding Jalen Hurts to less than 30 yards rushing. Holding Jalen Hurts to 200 yards is an expectation. But making Jalen Hurts play quarterback, that is not what they're expecting. That's the punch in the mouth the Cowboys have to do. That's the punch in the mouth. Darren Posey said you can't blitz Dak neither. He'll make you pay. And Darren Posey, appreciate that super chat. And that's one of the reasons why Vic Fangio is dangerous. Because Vic Fangio is going to try to rush forward. Vic Fangio is going to, if he even tries to run a blitz, which he rarely does, he better not miss on it. Because if he blitzes against this offense, somebody one-on-one. Somebody is one-on-one, and I promise you Dak will find them. Somebody is one-on-one, and they're going to pay dearly for it. But the biggest punch the Cowboys can make, Cowboys, it's defensively.
Season of you and Cooper Beebe working next to each other. What have you seen from him and his development, and where is he at going into year two?
I mean, I just think he's developed a lot in the mental side, as well as physical side. I think he's very decisive with his reads, very decisive with his calls and things of that nature. And I think he's just taken a great step at really commanding that offensive line.
Now, does it change anything if it's Nate or Tyler Guyton at left tackle?
I mean, no. I mean, it's 5-1. We ultimately know that guys are going to be down, guys are going to be up. We went through the same thing last year and the years prior, so ultimately it's just going to be up to us communicating and making sure we're all on the same page.
How much does it help having Nate, when you guys did in the starting lineup during training camp and getting that work over there?
It's extremely helpful. I mean, just to bank those reps, get that chemistry, to understand, our strengths and, how we play together. So extremely valuable.
Another member of your draft class is signed a extension, right? So is that popping in your head at all, or wanting to get yours done anytime soon?
I mean, obviously everything will happen in due time. I think the most important thing for us is just focusing on Thursday.
How do you think having Kenny to go against in practice will help you?
I mean, I think it's great. I mean, he's an extremely talented defensive lineman, a true vet and a seasoned guy. And I think it'll do nothing but just, make us better as a team, especially in the trenches for sure.
This is a dog right here. This is a dog. This is exactly what you want to hear. Kenny Clark is on our team. He's only going to make us what? Better. I'm going to tell you something that some of y'all might not like. I'm going to tell you something. I would much rather have a top 5 defensive tackle in the game. I would much rather have a top 5 defensive tackle in the game than the number 1 edge rusher in the game. The number 1 edge rusher in the game won't necessarily, and it won't translate into your run game being better. But I bet you this, if I give you a top 5 defensive tackle, how much you bet not only is your run game better, but even your sack game is going to be adequate. Even if you don't have a premier pass rusher, there will be sacks that will literally fall into his lap. Because when you put that pressure up the middle and you get that quarterback running outside, because not everybody is Lamar Jackson, when you get that quarterback running outside, your defensive ends, there will be sacks that will literally fall at their feet. I'm telling y'all, the formula is there. The key to Super Bowls in this league. It's your defensive tackle play. It's your offensive guard and your center play. And this dude, Ty Smith, is basically saying, you know what Kenny Clark is? You know what he is.
What have you seen from your group of running backs going into the week?
Just a variation. I mean, we got guys who run the ball hard, who love to get vertical, and I think that's something you can't have enough of. Guys who are just, once they see the gap, they're going to hit a gap. And so I think, obviously we have a Rolodex of guys that we're going to roll through, and I think they're all going to make hay during the game.
Now, don't get discouraged by this. I do not think this is going to be running back by committee. One, of course, Phil Moff is on, I guess he's on injury reserve. The starting running back in this game is probably going to be Miles Sanders. I mean, not Miles Sanders. It'll probably be Javonte Smith. But I do think that the Cowboys, because Miles Sanders is so riled up about playing the Eagles again, I think the Cowboys are going to give Miles Sanders a great opportunity to come out here and do what he do. They're going to allow this man to come out here. If he can do it, they're going to let him do it. They're going to let him get his revenge if he can get it. They're going to let him get it. We're going to see how it goes. But they're going to let him get it if he can get it. And Miles Sanders may absolutely run roughshod over the Philadelphia Eagles with as fired up as he may be. He may be fired up. But I do believe... Wait a minute. What in the world? Sean Springer said, G, calm down. This ain't Madden. I see you, Sean Springer. But again, the Cowboys may full well let Miles Sanders get his opportunity at the Philadelphia Eagles. But I don't think it's going to be a running back by committee. I think the Cowboys are going to let Javonte Williams pretty much be the starting running back.
I mean, they're a talented defensive line. Obviously, they're physical. They know how to play hard. And, I think it's a great challenge for us to start off.
Yes.
Just in terms of embracing that violence and that physicality that we're going to have all year.
What would be your message to Cowboys fans as you enter this season? Obviously Micah's gone now, but you guys still feel like you have a lot to do.
I mean, just continue to, love and support us as much as y'all can. I mean, we appreciate y'all, and, we're going to go out there and handle business.
Thank you. Tell him stop talking about this other stuff.
Go up against that guy and get that test.
I mean, Aaron Donald, but, it was just like, it's just somebody you watch. But I think there are many different defenders as I kind of gone through it that, always provide, great challenges. So it's really all about you. It's never really about anybody else.
Did you see any immediate value in maybe getting that barometer in check or going up against the guy like Aaron? You're like, okay, now I can. My first dude I went against was Shaq Barrett. So he was coming off of a 15-sack season and things of that nature. So that was huge for me to just go out there and, in my first game and, be able to bank those reps against him for sure.
Do you embrace playing in an environment like this, hostile crowd, opening night, Super Bowl champs?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, you're going to have to play on the road, and you're going to have to play in hostile environments, and I think it's great to just, start in one and, really just get to, kick off the season for real.
Your team always gets a lot of attention from us and fans. You say that this year more than ever that there's more people that are doubting what this team could be, what you guys think it could be?
I don't really pay attention to the noise, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot going on, but ultimately, the only thing that can help us is, the work that we put in each and every day in this building outside of it.
Good luck.
Have you guys been able to deal with losing Parsons?
I mean, we just show up to work and, get better every day. I mean, we obviously, it's hard to see him go, but, he got what he ultimately wanted, all parts.
Whoa! Whoa! Hold on a second. This comment by Ty Smith. He got what he ultimately wanted. If he wanted to be a Cowboy, if that was ultimately what he wanted, wouldn't he be a Cowboy? But if he ultimately wanted to be the highest paid non-quarterback, Did he get what he wanted? Ty Smith said he got what he wanted. Let me let you hear it again. This is the last question of the night. He said he got what he wanted. And this is why I'm telling you, man, these dudes aren't losing sleep. I don't know. CeeDee Lamb and Trayvon Diggs may be losing sleep, but these other guys are not losing sleep. No, bro, they got the Philadelphia Eagles to worry about. This is our team, what it is right now. There's no turning back. This is where we are. We are not consuming ourselves with this. Y'all are. Bro, he said it. He got what he wanted. Listen again.
It's hard to see him go, but he got what he ultimately wanted. All.
He got what he ultimately wanted. And let's not pretend that he couldn't have fed his family and retired his mom had he stayed with the Cowboys and took $5 million. Let's say he took $5 million less. It still would have been more than Green Bay because of the state taxes over there.
Parties are happy and healthy, and so I think that's the most important thing.
You guys communicate after it all? You guys were like 2 lockers down from each other.
Oh, you know Micah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went to his house the day of, and I talked to him and stuff like that, and his family was obviously ecstatic and things of that nature. So yeah.
Trey mentioned that he was there too. Were there a group of current players there to help?
There were a couple of guys around. There were.
The Super Bowl?
No.
Why not?
Media won't let it go. They want to now see. Watch how they're doing this. They want to make it seem like how many guys came over. So you think the whole team was going to Micah Parsons' house? Stop it, bro. This stuff is maddening. I'm so done with this stuff. Only reason why I'm even mentioning it is because they keep mentioning it with these players, and it is nauseating that they keep talking about it. Man, these dudes got to play Philadelphia. Man, they got time to be worried about who not here. They're talking about who here. And Ty Smith just dropped the megaton bomb. He just said, we are better. Take it how you want to. We're better. Take it how you want to. We got Kenny Clark. We're better. He's talking about them trenches. It don't mean it has to be against Micah Parsons, but the man made a statement. It is what it is. All right, let me show you this thing over here. Since we were talking about Ty Smith, and I was trying to look up while we were on here, because I got a strange feeling. I've already said this before, but I believe the Cowboys are going to sign Ty Smith before this game. At least I won't be surprised if they do. And I'm going to tell you why these contracts are not going to be a problem, and we're going to fit George Pickens into this too. Okay, yeah, Tyler Smith said a contract extension. As a matter of fact, I think he said that during the interview. I could barely hear him when he said it. But he said a contract extension. This was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, he said a contract extension will happen in due time. Yeah, I got a strange feeling it's going to be this week. I'm not going to be surprised if it's this week. And one of the things that's probably going to make this contract, the reason why he's going to get paid, I had already did this before. But when you look over here, this is what guaranteed that Ty Smith is going to get paid. Ty Smith is going to get paid because Trey Smith got extended by the Kansas City Chiefs. 4 years, $92 million, $23 million per year, $70 million guaranteed. Now, let me tell you why his deal is going to get done. There is a huge difference between $40 to $47 million and $25 million. There's a huge difference. Signing him to a $25 million per year contract, giving him $100 million, $75 million guaranteed, no problem. You're not talking about, and this is why people need to just don't worry about these contracts going forward. The Micah Parsons contract, we really have to understand this. That is not the kind of contract that you just say, okay, that's what it is, let's do it. $47 million, 180, whatever it is, guaranteed, $47 million all this month. That's not the kind of contract. I think it was $131 million. I forget the details. I'll look it up in a moment. I'm not looking it up in a moment. I'm just saying, when you're talking about that kind of money, that's not the kind of money you just say, whoa, okay, that's cool, let's do it. $25 million a year. We better go ahead and sign him to $25 million a year. Because when people really start figuring out that these defensive tackle positions are really where these Super Bowls are being won, David Mulugeta talking about the market may be 60 or 70 million for an edge rusher in 2 to 3 years. Hogwash. If we're not careful, Michael Parsons may have just crashed the whole defensive edge market. Because if Michael Parsons does not get a Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers, I don't know about y'all, but I wish I would sign another edge rusher to a $40 million contract. If I'm looking at Myles Garrett, I'm looking at Trey Hendrickson, I'm looking at TJ Watt, I'm looking at Michael Parsons, I'm looking at Danielle Hunter, I'm looking at Nick Bosa, I'm looking at all of these high-paid edge rushers. I wish I would pay them $40 million and not win Super Bowls. And then I'm watching Kansas City. I'm watching the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm watching teams with great defensive tackles go to the Super Bowl. I would never again pay that much for an edge rusher. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. But when you're talking about the contracts of where these guards are right now, by not signing Michael Parsons, this deal will be easy. $25 million per year, $80 million, $75 million guaranteed, no big deal. 4 or 5 years, no big deal. Ty Smith will beat this contract, and I believe they will get him this contract sooner than later. Yeah, you know what due time is? I'm preparing for tomorrow or Thursday. Also, when you look at the guys who are below Trey Smith, Pro Football Focus has Ty Smith rated as, I think, the number 3 best guard in this league. But these guys, this is where they already are. Ty Smith will be at the top of this list. I would, if I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's this week. Trey Smith, Pro Football Focus has him ranked at number 2. That's where it is. He's ranked at number 2. Trey Smith ranked at number 4. Jerry, get this deal done. No problem. Get this deal done. It's a no-brainer contract. Ty Smith will be the highest paid. I would assume in a week. And again, I was talking about this before when I did this whole segment. I said it then. I'm saying it now. The Cowboys are at war with athletes first. I believe they won this. I believe they won this battle. The Michael Parsons thing, I'm sorry. I just choose to believe we won that. We won that. Todd France, Dak Prescott, no-brainer. We won that. Tyler Smith, we're going to get that. And because of what we did up here, we're going to get Tyler Smith. Brandon Aubrey, don't understand. They should go ahead and knock that deal out right now. Go ahead and sign Brandon Aubrey. George Pickens, now we have found out it is Trevon Smith and obviously David Mulugeta. Trevon Smith and David Mulugeta are both going to be working on that deal. We're not worried about Malik Hooker. We already have the replacement for Malik Hooker on the team. We got the replacement for both of them. There's a reason why we extended Marquise Bell. Marquise Bell will take one of those safety spots. And so Dante Fowler's with athletes first. He was already a 1-year rental. We're not worried about that. If anything, the Cowboys will probably let him go again after 1 year. They'll probably keep James Houston if James Houston actually balls out. Sam Williams will probably get extended, and then the Cowboys will go in the draft again, and they'll probably try to get the top defensive end in the game. They got 2 first-round draft picks. They're going to probably go back and try to get the best defensive edge rushers in college. So that's what the Cowboys are going to be. Yep, I said this way back. The Cowboys are at war. We got DeRon Bland signed. Good thing there. So we don't have to worry about this thing with George Pickens. And the reason why I'm telling us we don't have to worry about George Pickens. While I do believe that George Pickens is going to perform extremely well, I don't even think George Pickens, nor his agent, nor David Mulugeta, I don't think neither of them could justify George Pickens making more than CeeDee Lamb. The reason why we should not even worry about George Pickens, and the reason why I believe the Cowboys will extend him too, he just can't. He will not exceed CeeDee Lamb. The only question that we'll have to, only thing we'll have to worry about is, will there be another team willing to pay him more than CeeDee Lamb? I'm not sure. And that's no knock on George Pickens. We just don't know exactly what he's going to do this year. We know he's going to be great, I believe, but we don't know exactly what he's going to do. Because I do still believe that there's a strange feeling, I believe, that Dak is probably still going to prioritize CeeDee Lamb. So he's going to have a great season. But will somebody be willing to pay him again? Will they be willing to pay him more than CeeDee Lamb? Because right now, CeeDee Lamb is the third highest paid? I don't think anybody, I'm not sure somebody's going to be willing to pay him CeeDee Lamb money. But we'll see. But I don't think it's going to be a problem signing him. The only reason why, y'all got to understand, David Mulugeta, the reason why he was in position to get what he got with Micah Parsons is because Micah Parsons is one of the top 3 edge rushers in the game. Top 3. 52.5 sacks. We can dig into the context of that for sure. But because he had those numbers, 12 sacks in his first 4 seasons, average. Because he had those numbers. The numbers are how you get the money. What these teams are going to have to realize is that the numbers don't guarantee you Super Bowls. That's why I say Michael Parsons may very well have crashed the market. Because if I'm teams in this league, this class of edge rushers that just got paid all this money, this class of edge rushers, I got my eye on all of them. And if none of them produce Super Bowls, if teams don't produce Super Bowls with those players, I'll be doggone. I promise you won't catch me. I don't know about anybody else, but if I'm the Cowboys, I promise you this, you won't get me. You won't get me to pay another edge rusher $40 and $45 million. Shoot, I'm looking at these defensive tackles of anything. This is why I say for the Cowboys.
Hey, give me an order of Calcaterra.
This is why I say for the Cowboys, this is the track we need to be on. Man, you go out here and you get your tackle game ready. And find you some guys who, you don't have to have the best edge rusher in the game. Again, I would rather have the best defensive tackles in the game. Because if I got the best defensive tackles in the game, man, I could find me an older edge rusher, 32, 33. Trey Hendrickson, for example, will be hitting this very territory I'm talking about in another year or two. Man, I find me one of these edge rushers, 31, 32 years old, who I know can still rush the passer or may only have 2 years in him. My focus would more be on my tackles and stopping the run, clogging up the middle, not letting quarterbacks step up, putting that pocket in their lap, forcing them to run on the edges, and have me somebody out there just good enough that I know that if they get out there, they got them. Not to mention, I want my linebackers to be good too. Our problem is Jerry sunk everything into the edge rusher position. Jerry likes sexy. I'm just telling you. Jerry likes sexy. Jimmy wasn't that kind of coach. Jimmy didn't operate like that. Jimmy didn't operate like that when it came to players. It wasn't just the talent. And that's the part that I think it has taken. I think it has taken Jerry Jones absolutely 30 years to come to the conclusion. So it isn't just about talent. Yeah, Jerry, you need talent and you need a discipline. You need mentality. You need all of those things. You need the culture to be right. All right, we only got about 20 minutes left of Jon Gruden. So we're going to try to get out of here around 8:30. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Oh, man, comedian Alabama, boy, you got me rolling. He said that Green Bay get his brother Terrence Parsons, too. He said also, I hope. Yes, sir. Yeah, he's been over there. He's kind of still over there on that. I think he's kind of still over there on that Cowboy side saying some things. But you know, at the end of the day, guys, all the Micah Parsons talk don't make sense anymore. That's why even as it applies to these players, the Micah Parsons questions don't make sense. He's no longer here. No matter who's wrong, and I believe they were both wrong, no matter who's right, Ty Smith said it. Both parties are happy. Ty Smith said both parties are happy. He's including himself in that. Our team is happy with the result. We were tired of the mess. We were tired of all the talk. We're glad. We're glad. He's with the Green Bay Packers. He got what he wanted. Ty Smith said, and I quote, he got what he ultimately wanted. And I'll push back on us, and y'all know you always have the right to say what you want here. And we'll still be friends. Poobie D don't agree with me, and he still got my back. But Ty Smith said he got what he ultimately wanted. And what he ultimately wanted, obviously, was the money. He got it. Sometimes when you want the money, you can't have both. You can't have the money that you want and be on the team that you want to be on too and win Super Bowls. You can't have all those things. Sometimes it's hard to get all those. It's always, man, I'm telling you, it's hard to get those things, man. It's hard to be the highest paid player, be on the team that you want, and win the Super Bowl. It's hard. It's hard. And the only players that typically achieve that is quarterbacks. It's quarterbacks. It's hard for it's hard for other players to do that stuff. It is. It's hard for other players to do that. All right, guys, so let's get to our last segment, which was supposed to be George Pickens. And also, let me roll this over here too. Again, this is why I'm telling y'all, don't be worried about this. I see what David Mulugeta did. Y'all don't be afraid of David Mulugeta. I see what he did. He wanted to make sure we knew that he was a part of George Pickens, because I'm sure he's been following discussions. These guys all kind of follow this social media stuff. Many of us were wondering if he was a part of the George Pickens team. He's a part of the team. I think Trayvon Smith is too. He don't have the same kind of leverage, which he didn't have the leverage with Micah, other than he's just not going to be on the team. He doesn't have that kind of leverage with George Pickens. Because again, I don't think there'll be a team that will be willing to pay George Pickens unless Dak Prescott lights it up with this dude, which I think he's going to light it up. But if Dak lets this dude get 1,500 yards, short of that in 10 to 12 touchdowns, I don't know if there's a team out there that'll pay George Pickens Jamar Chase money, Justin Jefferson money, CD Lamb money. Don't worry about it. Y'all don't even worry about it. We got time there's time for George Pickens. We don't have to worry about it. George Pickens, if Jerry wants to sign him, he'll sign him, and it won't be nowhere near the problem that it was with Micah Parsons. Michael Parsons was one of those situations when you get those top echelon players. Deshaun Watson, you can find a team like the Cleveland Browns that'll throw away their whole future for him. George Wilkins was one of the top players in his position. I mean, you can do those things. George Pickens, again, I'm just not sure that a team would be willing to pay him those type of salaries. But if you're talking about 25, which I think that's where around the Cowboys are going to get him for, because 25 here is more than 27. And I'm sure these agents are smart enough to know this. 25 here is more than 27 in Minnesota. 25 here is more than filling any other team. $25 million a year here is more than it would be with some of these other teams. All right, let's close this out. Let's let Jon Gruden tell us about the offense for the Cowboys and what he thinks. Somebody already spoiled it for me. He's picking the Eagles. Well, of course, who isn't picking the Eagles other than us Cowboy fans? But we rolling with the Cowboys. But let's hear Jon Gruden.
No, Grant Calcaterra is a good player, number 81, started 13 games. It'll be a hell of a matchup, but don't underestimate Dallas. Beware of these audible runs and the empty formation where Jalen Hurts might carry the ball himself. Okay, the Dallas Cowboy offense against the Philadelphia Eagle defense. Some key matchups to be aware of. In the marquee, you go down Las Vegas Boulevard, you see the bright lights. It's Brian Schottenheimer calling plays for the Cowboys, and it'll be Vic Fangio, the great defensive coordinator of the Eagles, going head-to-head. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on this young offensive line of the Cowboys. Will Tyler Guyton play at left tackle, or will it be Nate Thomas's first start? Cooper Beebe, second-year center in the pivot. You got a rookie, Tyler Booker, at right guard. Can this crowd deal with the noise with Dak Prescott making his return under center? The $60 million man. How healthy is the 10-year veteran? 32-year-old Dak Prescott coming off the hamstring injury. Can he still keep the ball on the zone read? Can he still hurt you scrambling? Will he take off and run? Those are some qualities that have made Prescott great. His ankle, his hamstring, his thumb has forced him to miss numerous games. But if they can keep Prescott healthy, good things could happen. But when you're Dak Prescott and you break the huddle, you're not just dealing with returning to action. You got a new play caller. You got a new left tackle possibly. You got a new number 2 receiver with George Pickens. You got a new feature back standing behind you in Javonte Williams. You got a new backup quarterback named Joe Milton. And you got a lot of new stuff going on. It'll be interesting. The Cowboy run game. When I was a kid, I remember my dad talking about Don Perkins and Calvin Hill. I remember when I was just starting to put on my football pants. And then they had Tony Dorsett. Then they had the great all-time rusher Emmitt Smith. Then they had Zeke Elliott.
What up,
and
Lisa
now,
Worley?
Not to be, sarcastic, but what does an owl say? Who is their feature back? They had Rico Dowdle last year. He had 1,000 yards. He's gone too. He went to Carolina. Their leading returning rusher is this guy named Turpin. He's a little receiver running on jet sweeps. He had 92 yards. What the hell are they doing with their run game? I don't.
Hey, Poobie D, though. Let me ask you a quick. Let me show you how you know David Mulugeta. Let me show you how I know what I'm saying about this dude, David Mulugeta. So, anybody who remember when I covered the Jerry Jones interview, when Jerry Jones said that David Mulugeta said to shove the contract, you know where? Anybody remember what I said? I'm sure David Mulugeta didn't say that. I'm sure Jerry is using hyperbole. Jerry was using hyperbole. But David Mulugeta himself in the interview verified that he didn't say it in those words. But he did say what Jerry said, because he said that if you thought that this was going to be the contract, you're sadly mistaken. And I'm sure he didn't even say it like that. He's not even being honest either. But let me tell you again, Poopy D. Don't let this media fool you. David Mulugeta is slimy, bro. And I don't mean he's slimy in a criminal way, but he's slimy in a way when it comes to getting money. He's slimy. Let me tell you something. Poobie D, if you're my agent, explain to me again why you're on First Take. Explain to me again why you're on First Take trying to plead my case that it wasn't my fault, that I'm no longer with the Cowboys and I wanted to be a Cowboy. And the only thing that people, the most important thing that people need to know is that I wanted to be a Cowboy. You don't find that to be slimy? I find it to be slimy because my problem is, let's move on, bro. Let's move on. I'm in Green Bay. I'm a Green Bay Packer. There's nothing else to talk about. Or is it because Michael Parsons knows that a huge part of his fan base, contrary to what people understand, a huge part of his fan base were Dallas Cowboy fans? I wonder if that could be on his mind. I wonder if he didn't realize that Cowboys Nation was going to turn so quick on him. And so he still is operating with David Mulugeta, because you got to figure out now, when it comes to endorsement deals, when it comes to the money off the field, you don't think that people are looking at how popular you are amongst people? This is a game, and this is a business. All this that they're doing is PR. They're trying to make Michael Parsons not look bad because they have discovered that Michael Parsons, that the fan base, that people who are not even Cowboys fans, that there are many who truly understood and understand what's going on. They are realizing that, no, the bottom line is David Mulugeta thought that he was going to be able to do to Jerry what he's been doing to Jerry and what he's done to other teams. And Jerry shocked him and shocked Micah, and Jerry said, no, you play. If you don't want to do what we agreed upon, you play under the fifth-year option or prepare to be traded, because Jerry wasn't putting up with this whole back nonsense. You know what? I'm not a doctor, but I find this to be very strange. Explain to me again what Michael Parsons hurt his back. No one has yet to explain this, Poobie D. Where did he hurt his back? We saw him get out there a couple of plays during OTAs. We know he didn't practice during training camp. Where did he get hurt again? Trayvon Diggs, not even a week ago, right before this happened, was it not Trayvon Diggs saying, Michael be ready to play in the first game? Really? What make you say that, Trayvon Diggs? Michael practices after practice by himself. Michael practices before practice by himself, working out, being in the weight room. Poobie D, we got to explain this, don't we? We can't take what's being sold to us. The bottom line is, Michael Parsons, I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt, under the direction of his agent, was being misdirected, misguided, and doing some of the dumbest stuff. You can write a letter all day long saying you're not happy with the situation. The man lied, said that Jerry was making personal attacks on him. No one can find one negative statement that Jerry Jones said about Michael Parsons. Find it for me. Just because Jerry said when you sign a player don't mean you're going to have him, because we've signed players in the past and they've gotten hurt. How was that derogatory? Jerry Jones, in that same interview, the only thing he did was say nothing but nice and respectable things about Michael Parsons. Knows his business. Very intelligent. We love Michael. No, I'm done with it. But I'm saying though, this dude got what he wanted, man. You don't write a letter saying I no longer want to be a Dallas Cowboy. When he wrote that letter, I'd have been done with him. I'm just telling you about me. I'd have been done with him. Bro, you can say anything you want to say about me. But the one thing I'm not going to take you saying is that you don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy no more. I'm done with you. I'm telling you, David Mulugeta is a different type of slimy. And I'm not talking about a criminal slimy. He's not criminal slimy. If you want money, Ty Smith is saying something, Poobie D. You might not be listening to what he's saying, but he's saying something. He ultimately got what he wanted. What did he want? We do realize the answer is right there, right? Ty Smith gave the answer right there. He ultimately got what he wanted. Miss Matrix in the house, what's going on? Miss Matrix said it was a bit much. She says, or are we trashing CD for doing what we constantly slam Dak for not doing and switch up the corporate responses? Now me, I always like Dak to me is very buttoned up. Dak always says the things that he should say. Every time Dak talks, Dak says the right things. But my issue is, no, not dragging CD Lamb. But my issue is the media. Trying to find that person that they can crack to go against everything they've heard. They want to find that person and understand Lamb is friends with CD. Lamb is friends with Michael Parsons. And Lamb doesn't want to make it seem like that he's going against Michael Parsons. Because I can tell you this, you don't think that Michael Parsons has perceived that this team wanted him gone? We do know he's perceived that, right? Because CD Lamb and Trayvon Diggs are the only ones who have expressed anything close to what they've expressed. Listening to Ty Smith? Listening to Ty Smith? CD Lamb was very careful, and that's why I pointed it out. He said, from what I saw, from what I know, because he can't speak for everybody else, because he's the only one that is speaking like this other than Trayvon Diggs. Because, I'm sorry, Ty Smith, that was a showstopper. He got what he ultimately wanted. He got what he ultimately wanted. What did he say he wanted? See, we want to throw rocks and hide our hand. We want to throw rocks and hide our hand. No, bro, you don't get to throw rocks and hide your hand. You threw rocks. You said you no longer wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy. You brought into the media when the media said if you could, you would get out of Dallas. You said you did not longer want to be a Cowboy. What does that mean? You want to be traded. You said you wanted to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Those are all the things he said. What did he get? What did he get? It's indisputable. He got what he wanted. He said he no longer wanted to be a Cowboy. Where is he? For all of you who missed the late night Cowboys. I played an interview that Michael Irvin and his team dug up. I'm just telling you. Ty Smith said it all. And that's why I say I don't understand why people are so sour about this. The media are the ones who are sour about this. They're the ones who are sour about this. And that's why it is frustrating. Why are you trying to drag out of CD Lamb? Why are you trying to drag out of CD Lamb statements that'll go against what everyone else has been saying? Have y'all not noticed? They've all been saying we're glad. They're all saying we're glad. That's what they're saying. Mile High City, he says it's not that deep. CD expresses feelings for a former teammate. But Mile High City, you got to be smarter than that, though. You have to understand what people are trying to dig out of you, Mile High City. I'm a grown man. I'm on the Dallas Cowboys. I don't need to tell the media exactly how I feel about the Michael Parsons trade. I don't have to do that. Why? Because I don't want to say anything that's going to give them some ammunition to roll their butts up on X and on Instagram and start writing articles talking about that CD Lamb said that he was sad and he and this and he this and he that. Why do I want to give them that? I got to be smarter. I've already said this. Two things can be true. It don't mean that certain people wanted to run him out of town, but people are glad that he's gone. The reason why they're glad that he's gone, some of them may be glad he's gone because he was a distraction, and some may be glad that he's gone because the situation was a distraction. Some may be glad that he's gone because they knew that even if he stayed, his heart would never be in Dallas. But either way, they're all glad. We don't need somebody's feelings. Those are your feelings, man. Keep that stuff to yourself. It's not the media's business. Don't give piranhas your arm, your leg. Don't give piranhas meat. No, recognize they're piranhas. Stay out the water. Recognize their piranhas and stay out the water. That's just simple stuff. Miss Matrix, CeeDee Lamb can say anything he want to. Our offensive line can block Michael Parsons. Our offensive line can block Michael Parsons. Book it. Book it. And I tell us this. I'm just saying, for Green Bay, Matt LaFleur. For Green Bay, Matt LaFleur. Poobie D. Not buying it. Not buying it, Poobie D. Because I'm telling you right now, you want to talk about family first? Poobie D. We're going to go here just for a moment. Poobie D, let me count the ways of family first. You actually think that I'm going to uproot my family from one of the best states in the United States to live in? You think I'm going to uproot my family? I'm going to take them out of schools, take their baby mamas. Let us let this sink in. Take baby mamas, uproot everybody and take them to Green Bay. That's family first. So you telling me that family first is taking them to Green Bay where the temperatures get below zero? You telling me that's family first? You telling me it's family first that you're going to take your family out of a comfortable situation and one of the best states in the United States to live in? You telling me that you're going to throw away money? You're going to throw away generational wealth? This is the part that people are not giving Jerry Jones credit for, and the very thing that Michael Irvin has been stressing. Jerry Jones was offering Micah Parsons generational wealth. That after football, Micah Parsons, I'm going to take care of you. And not only will I take care of you after football, I promise y'all this. David Mulugeta can't touch the amount of endorsement deals that Michael Parsons was about to get with the Dallas Cowboys. He can't touch the amount of deals he was about to get. You go to Green Bay, you get a deal. You stay in Dallas, you get a deal, you get endorsements, your podcast continues to remain large, and you get money outside of football. You can't tell me it's family first. You can't tell me it's family first. The one thing that Jerry does is Jerry takes care of his stars. He takes care of his stars. There is a reason why every time you look at these Dallas Cowboys, these ex-Dallas Cowboys, they are multi-millionaires. There's a reason why Darren Woodson still has an office in the Star. There is a reason why these guys like Nate Newton, go look at the track record of these doggone Dallas Cowboys. That's what Jerry was offering Michael Parsons. And Michael Parsons, for whatever reason, he loves David Mulugeta, but he gonna figure out something about David Mulugeta. David Mulugeta don't care about nothing but his own pockets. That's all he cares about. That's all he cares about. Even he gonna figure out. He costs his own self money. It's a 3% governor when it pertains to what you can get from a player's contract. But when it comes to endorsement deals, they can go as high as 20% or more. If you're the agent of a Dallas Cowboy, your pockets are huge. It wasn't family first. It was not family first. I promise you it wasn't. It wasn't family first. Anybody who's convinced of that, I'm going to unconvince you. I'm going to unconvince you. There is nothing that helps your family like being a Dallas Cowboy. There is nothing. There is nothing that helps your family like being a Dallas Cowboy. I guarantee you, you go everywhere and you eat free. I bet you when people find out that you're the wife of a Dallas Cowboy, you're the mom of a Dallas Cowboy, shoot, man, they're giving you stuff free. Nah, Poobie D, anything but that. It was not family first. It was not family first. Staying a Dallas Cowboy would have been family first.
Don't know. It'll be interesting to find out. But when they ran the ball last year, nothing happened. I mean, they had 3 runs of 20 yards or more. Nothing happens. No big plays, no memories. And they brought in Javonte Williams from the Denver Broncos. And I loved Williams coming out of college at North Carolina. He had 900 yards as a rookie, had some injuries, signed a 1-year, $3 million contract. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Hey, guys do change teams and kick some freaking ass. And I will be shocked if Williams doesn't run hard. They also have the ex-Philadelphia Eagle, Miles Sanders. We'll see where he is. And keep an eye on this Jaden Blue, draft pick out of Texas. If he's healthy, this guy's really fast and dynamic as a receiver, but let's get the running game going. I think the Cowboys might have to win underneath in pass offense. The coverage shell of Vic Fangio oftentimes is a 2-deep, split safety, umbrella coverage, and it really forces you to be patient. And I think they're going to have to work underneath against Cooper DeJean, the nickel corner, Zach Bond, who's very good as a coverage linebacker, and the rookie Jihad Campbell. I think they're going to need to throw the ball to Jake Ferguson, who got a big contract.
See, I said this the other day playing the Philadelphia Eagles, and we'll talk more about this, especially on Thursday. This is one thing I said about the Philadelphia Eagles. Dak Prescott should absolutely eat 7 to 8 yards. He's going to get that all day. Dak Prescott should literally be able to eat on the Philadelphia Eagles because Fangio understands the kind of firepower the Cowboys has. He understands the kind of what they have, the kind of firepower they have. They should be able to eat 7 to 8 yards. Now, again, he's right. Where Dak Prescott is, what he's going to have to do is be very, very patient. Very, very patient. But I do think what will help the Cowboys is because of how the Philadelphia Eagles play, I would try to at least get, I just think running between the tackles on the Philadelphia Eagles, man, I'm just telling you, running between tackles on the Philadelphia Eagles is going to be a death wish. I mean, unless our guys are really that strong up front, we're going to see mano a mano, and I believe they are going to try and do it. But I would definitely try to get Kevontae Turpin on the edges, try to get Kevontae Turpin in space. I'm even going to try to use Jaden Blue in the same way. I'm going to try to use Jaden Blue. I'm not going to try to use Jaden Blue between the tackles. I'm going to try to use Miles Sanders and Javonte Smith between the tackles. In particular, Miles Sanders. I mean, Miles Sanders seems to have an extra grind with these boys. I'm going to let him grind it. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm going to let Miles Sanders grind this axe. If he can grind this axe with no turnovers, I'm going to give him an opportunity to grind this axe with these boys and let him see if he can take it between the tackles. But the Cowboys, they're going to have to be very strategic. Got to figure out how to eat on the edges with this team. Eat on the edges. Take those 7 or 8 yard passes. Make them become impatient. See if you can get Vic Fangio to change up something. Because remember, Matt Eberflus kind of knows a little something about him too. And I'm sure there's games that people have been able, the Cowboys have been able to be successful against him already in the past. So the Cowboys should still be able to do some things on him. And I do think Brian Schottenheimer's use of motion is going to be one of the things that's going to help them to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. His use of motion. So yeah, definitely going to have to be patient. But I still think they're going to take some big shots down the field. They'll figure out a way to do it. They're going to take some big shots down the field.
At tight end in the offseason. Ferguson has 150 catches. This guy can win, man, against linebackers or safeties underneath. They also need to somehow get this Jaden Blue guy going. I mean, we had Quinn Ewers in here, and I'm like, holy shit, who's that back? He goes, it's Jaden Blue. God, he's fast. He can run choice routes, choice takeoffs. He's a factor, man. So I think if Blue and Ferguson and maybe Sanders can give the Cowboys some underneath passing weapons, it could really help them. But it'll be C.D. Lamb, the guy they go to first. You know that almost 50% of Lamb's yardage is after the catch. So when he gets in the slot against Cooper DeJean, number 33 of the Eagles, it'll be like a welterweight fight, man. Two of the best at what they do. Both have great short area quickness. Both are premier competitors. And when you put them on primetime TV, as they say, shit happens, man. It'll be fun. The next thing is, with George Pickens coming over to play wide receiver from the Pittsburgh Steelers, everybody knows he has big-time talent. Everybody knows he has big play ability. And everybody knows he's been a big headache, too, in some ways. Can he, in a contract year, get it together at 24, 25 years old and get a can of whoop ass and bring it day after day after day, play after play after play? That's what I want to see. Pickens has over 800 yards receiving in each of his first 3 seasons. But with CD on one side, Ferguson in the middle, Pickens needs to see some of those 50-50 shot plays. And I think they can attack the corners of the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's what they're going to have to win it.
Kelly Ringo, he has no resume other than what he did at Georgia. He hasn't played much. Adoree Jackson, he's not in Tennessee and he's not with the New York Giants for a reason. He's been inconsistent. So opposite Quinyon Mitchell, who's a great corner, this defender over here is going to have his hands full. That's why I think Coach Fangio is going to protect him with safeties over the top. And it'll be really important for Jake Ferguson, Jaden Blue, some of these underneath receivers of the Cowboys to kick some ass.
Yeah.
Where is C.D. Lamb? What do I mean by that? Ask me, Clay.
What do you mean?
Is he at Z over here playing to the tight end? Is he at X away from trips? Is he in the slot? Will they put him in the backfield?
All 3.
He is a really smart, instinctive receiver.
All 4,
They're going to move him all over the place. So on defense, you'll see the Eagles. Where is he? There he is. There he is. They're going to communicate some intricate ways to take him away because he is clearly the go-to guy.
Not going to happen.
And finally, Turpin. What number's Turpin, Jake?
9.
Thank you. Keep an eye on this guy. He is their wild card, jet sweeps, gadgets, trick plays. He's fast, man. So keep an eye on Turpin when he's in the game. Now, from the Eagles standpoint, let's give Vic Fangio all the credit we can possibly give a coach. What a hell of a job he does wherever he goes. But you can't keep complimenting a guy all the time. You got to do it again. Then you got to do it again. Then you got to do it again. That's how football is. He's got to deal with a lot of new faces in key places. Let's not bullshit ourselves.
Yep.
They lost Josh Sweat.
Yep.
He was a hell of a pass rusher. He's in Arizona. They lost Brandon Graham. Didn't play a lot last year, but let me tell you something. This is the all-time badass leader of the Philadelphia Eagles in the locker room, and he could play in any situation. He's gone. He retired. They lost Gardner Johnson. I think he had 6 interceptions from his safety position. Great pass defender, and he had alpha qualities that I loved. He's gone. They also lost Darius Big Play Slay.
Yep.
He's gone. He went to Pittsburgh. And his backup, Isaiah Rodgers, played his ass off. He's going to start for the Vikings.
Yep.
That's a lot of guys. And Nakobe Dean, excellent young linebacker, still not ready to play. So there's some 6 pretty damn good players who played a lot of football for Coach Fangio last year. So it's important to think about that. But Fangio factor is very important to remember. He does a great job developing players. You've seen so many rookies like Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, and second-year players emerge. How about Zach Bond coming over from New Orleans? 150 tackles. He's a badass. He develops players. He also develops coaches. That's what fans need to remember. A lot of these young coaches, they come up, they get around Vic Fangio, and they listen to him like I did as a young coach, and you say, I'm going to do what he does. And he makes guys better, coaches and players. He's got to limit the big plays. That's been the secret sauce of Coach Fangio. Don't give these guys anything cheap. Make them earn it. Let the offense screw it up. He has intricate coverages. Me and Jake could play against C.D. Lamb in and out, high and low. There's a lot of different things they do with bunch stacks. Very complicated, disciplined pass defense. And what I love the most about him is everybody says Fangio doesn't blitz. He only blitzes 19% of the time. Well, when the 19% of the time he blitzes, look out, because they disguise him extremely well. You guys with me? Think about it. The other thing is they have issues on the edge, just like Dallas does. Who did Dallas lose, Clay?
Parsons.
They lost Micah Parsons. Everybody's up in arms. Well, the Eagles lost Josh Sweat, Bryce Huff, and Brandon Graham. They lost 3 guys. I don't care what you say. Gone. Well, who's going to replace them? They're counting on Nolan Smith in his 3rd year to continue to rise. He's not the biggest edge, but he is fast, and he is very, very good at getting home. And they're counting on some guy named Jalix Hunt. You know where Houston Christian is, Clay? No. Do you know where it is, Jake? I don't either. And I've studied football my whole life. This guy's a 3rd-round pick, played safety, gets converted to edge rusher at Houston Christian. And when you watch the Eagles play last year, he was emerging during the playoffs. Former 3rd-round pick, had a sack and a half. So keep an eye on Jalix freaking Hunt. He's wearing number 58. Knock on a grease board if you're with me. Those are the guys, Smith and Hunt. They also brought in one of my favorite offseason acquisitions. It's a guy I loved at Georgia, Azeez Ojulari. He had 6 sacks for the Giants last year. He's going to be wearing number 13. This is a big piece for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's got 22 career sacks. I think he's a hell of a player. He and Nolan Smith will give you 2 bird dogs coming off the edge. And I like the addition of Ojulari. He's still young and electrifying. They also got the ex-New England Patriot, Josh Uche. He had double-digit sacks 1 year in New England. He's an undersized former Michigan Wolverine. He had no sacks last year with the Patriots and Chiefs combined. But can Uche come in here and reclaim his status as a really good edge rusher? We'll see. But they have issues coming off the edge as well. And lastly, let's just get into some of the issues that they have in the middle of their defense. Yes, they have Zach Bond back. And yes, Nakobe Dean is hurt still. But remember, Owen Burks left. He's no longer in Philadelphia either. He started throughout the playoffs and played well. So it's going to be the rookie, Jihad Campbell, 1st-round pick out of Alabama. Keep an eye on number 30. He can also get on the edge and rush. But Campbell will have to make a lot of calls and recognition against this Cowboy offense. And I want to see him cover these backs and tight ends as well. Pressure on Campbell. At safety, we already talked about the fact that they lost Gardner Johnson. Well, they're going to let Sidney Brown take his place. Sidney Brown's going to start at safety. Makuba, their second-round pick from Texas, I believe, is still out. They like Makuba, but look for Sidney Brown to make his first start, really, as a Philadelphia Eagle. So Brown, Campbell, edge issues, keep an eye on that. The Philadelphia Eagles still, though, with Cooper DeJean in the slot, Quinyon Mitchell at one corner. Remember, he stays on the Eagles' right side. So if you're on the left side of the Cowboy offense, you'll see the great Quinyon Mitchell, not only a great cover guy, second in the league and Rookie of the Year last year for defense, very good tackler. But again, is it going to be Ringo, Adoree Jackson? Can they hold up for 60 minutes? Can they hold up for 17 weeks? We'll find out. Love Reed Blankenship, Gruden grinder, former Middle Tennessee State player, undrafted. This guy's got 7 picks in his career. He's a ball-hawking, good open field tackler. What it's all going to come down to is the Dallas Cowboys' young offensive line against this defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. And they're led by Jalen Carter, number 98. What a job he did in his second year. Got his weight down, played 80% of the plays in the regular season, and then in the playoffs, he played 88% of the time. That's uncommon for a 300-pound man. And everybody says, his stats aren't that great. Bullshit. His factor grade is excellent. Pressure on the quarterback, hits on the quarterback, batted passes, pursuit plays, sacks. This guy's a great young defensive tackle, much like Reggie White and Jerome Brown were for the Philadelphia Eagles years ago.
See, this is the part that people don't get. And this is the part that Jerry is trying to capitalize on. Jerry is trying to capitalize on what can really make your pass rushers good. And you don't have to have a generational pass rusher. I'm just telling you, you don't. Philadelphia has easily, the Philadelphia Eagles, think about what they've done. They went to the Super Bowl in 2022. Who did they let go? Hassan Reddick. They went to the Super Bowl in 2024. Who did they let go? Josh Sweat. If you focus on what the Eagles have done, they have kept the emphasis on the defensive tackle position. That's where they've kept the emphasis. We were trying to keep the emphasis on a position that we may feel is impactful. It's a sexy position, but it's not as impactful as people believe it to be. And again, I make my case by going and looking at the top edge rushers in this game. They've been in this game for a minute. Michael Parsons, 4 years, no Super Bowl. TJ Watt, I can't tell you how many years he's been in, no Super Bowl. Myles Garrett, been in this league a number of years, no Super Bowl. Nick Bosa, been in this league a number of years, no Super Bowl wins. If you want those Super Bowls, go talk to Chris Jones. Go talk to the Eagles. Go talk to the Rams about Aaron Donald. Go look at these teams. These doggone defensive tackles, man, they are doing the do. And they're helping. They basically make edge rushers interchangeable. A lot of people don't get this method to the Eagles' madness. They're not sinking money into edge rushers. It's only gotten them 2 Super Bowls. It's only gotten them 2 Super Bowls. They're not sinking money into edge rushers. They're not doing it. They're sinking their money into what they feel are the money players, and then they're putting players around them. Quarterback, running back, tackles, linebackers. They're putting that money where it counts. We're the ones who, it's like we lost our way. It was like we were always after the next Charles Haley. It's like we were after the next Charles Haley. Why were we after the next Charles Haley? What made Charles Haley so good is that we did have Tony Casillas. It was the fact that we did have great defensive tackle play. That's what even helped out Charles Haley. It literally helped out Charles Haley exponentially. The Eagles are genius. I'm just telling us. I don't like filthy either. But if you pay attention to what they've done, they're not pouring money into edge rushers. They're not doing it. This thing with Kenny Clark, let's keep it at Kenny Clark. We don't even have to worry about it. Okay, Michael Parsons was a great edge rusher. That's not the discussion. The discussion is what makes your team better? A generational edge rusher? Is it a generational edge rusher? Or is it a top 5 or a top 10 defensive tackle? Ask Philly.
And they also are waiting on Jordan Davis. Big, mammoth Georgia Bulldog, former first-round pick. Jordan Davis, when I watched the Eagles, only played 38% of the time in a regular season. Then in the playoffs, he only played 21% of the time. So you know what Jordan Davis did, Jake? He lost 25 pounds. He got himself in premier shape because he sees what it did for Carter. So look for Jordan Davis to emerge, and that'll be very, very important. They also have a couple backup inside players that you got to keep an eye on because they also lost Milton Williams, a $100 million defensive lineman who went to the New England Patriots. But keep an eye on their third defensive tackle, Moro Ajomo. This guy is the reason why Jordan Davis didn't play. I mean, he's third in the NFL in Pro Football Focus in effective rushes from the inside. He wears 97. Ajomo, he's a hell of an inside rusher. They got another guy, Gabe Hall, number 96. Who the hell is this guy? He comes out of Baylor. I don't even think he's drafted. He's got this club move he's using in the preseason. It's awesome. Then they drafted Robinson, number 95, out of Nebraska. He had a great factor grade, too. Batted passes, sacks, hits on the quarterback. So they have some energy inside.
Amen, Poopy D.
The question
That's
is
what he should have said.
Who can we use to get after this left tackle of the Cowboys? We don't even know if Tyler Guyton's going to play. We don't know much about Nate Thomas. We want to find out about the rookie right guard, Booker. Is he really Zach Martin, the perennial Pro Bowler? Let's find out with Jalen Carter. And who's going to come over here and work against Terrence Steele, who I think has struggled at right tackle for the Cowboys?
Yep.
Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Nolan Smith? Is Z Ojulari going to come through for me? Let's find out. Let's play this game.
Honestly, for me, guys, this is where I am. I am so confident in this Cowboys offense. My only question marks is what is the tackle play going to look like? Because I'm telling you now, if Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele are playing and they're playing well, shoo. Man, I'm confident in that triangle. Ty Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, I hadn't seen them play one professional down. I'm confident. Boy, if they got this line together, whew. Look out, NFL.
The best play the Eagles have in their playbook is a play I call 15 pigeon. To the left, 14 pigeon is to the right. Ask me why I call it pigeon.
Why?
I have no idea. Anyways, a lot of our slot combinations were named after birds, raven, etc. So pigeon's a bird, it's the only one I could think of. But anyway, what they do in critical short yardage, goal line, 4-minute situations. When they know it's man-to-man, when they think it's man-to-man, they call this play. They'll take the great A.J. Brown, put him wide out here in motion. They'll bring him in quick motion behind the quarterback, and everybody on TV goes, holy cow, there goes A.J. Brown. And the quarterback, Hurts, will catch the ball in the gun. He's going to hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley on the tight zone. They're going to push up to the onside backer, tight combination up to the backside backer, and they're going to read the defensive end. If the end closes, they don't hand the ball to Saquon. If the end comes up the field, they'll give it. You guys with me? Yep. But if that end closes, Hurts is going to keep it and potentially run for a first down. Or He'll pull the ball, and they have a designed pick play to attack man coverage. So Devonta Smith, who's very reliable, he'll go in there and pick the defender who's covering Dallas Goedert. You guys with me? And when he goes inside,
Boy, this man Jon Gruden whiteboard work is second to none, boy. Boy, this man whiteboard work is second to none. Woo woo.
the corner covering Devonta Smith goes in there to cover Devonta Smith. And here goes Dallas Goedert. Good God, that's why they call him Goddard. It's like that pigeon play. It's unbelievable the amount of success that they have handing the ball to Saquon, letting Jalen keep it, or popping it to the tight end with a natural pick. And guess what? If they load the box over here, he'll flip the ball to the beast, and A.J. Brown will take it. So they got four options with four big-time players. God, I'm tired. Woo!
Good.
Woo! Well, you got to pick somebody.
Boy. Man, that whiteboard work by this man is crazy. That is crazy. Very interesting, though, that he can tell. You know what's? Let me tell y'all what. Let me give you a takeaway from this, from what we've just seen from Jon Gruden. Let me tell you a powerful takeaway, and why we should be excited. Did y'all notice he showed us the whiteboard work of what he knows the Eagles are going to do? But he really can't tell us what the Cowboys are going to do. He really don't know what the Cowboys are going to do. He don't. We don't even know what the Cowboys are going to do. Boy, I'm telling you, this team is going to be ready to go. This team is going to be ready to go. Boy, I love it. Woo! He can't tell us what the Cowboys are going to do. He don't know. He don't know. He don't know. I love it. Let's let him. We already know who he going to pick. Let's let him go pick the Eagles. He got an Eagles jersey on, look like. Come on, man.
And as an ex-Philadelphia Eagle myself, I'm going with the Philadelphia Eagles.
He going with the bias as an ex-Philadelphia Eagle. Stop it.
Eagles 31-20. Phillies just got.
Hold on a second. This man say the Cowboys gonna score 20 points against Philly. Man, ain't no way. 20? Shoot. Man, Philly hold Dallas to 20. Boy, whoo. We got a lot of work to do. They hold us to 20. I just can't see it. I can't see them holding us to 20. I can't
Too
do
many
it.
good players. I'm going to go to Geno's right now and get me a cheesesteak. See you later.
Okay, I thought he was with
got a
Barstool now. Okay, that's what that, I figured that's what that logo was. He's with Barstool now. Okay, I see. I see why he's, okay. Not only that, he's an ex-Eagle. All right, let's read some comments before we get up out of here. I want to show you something before I read comments. One of the things the Cowboys should do,
Primetime game.
and I'm sure that they're doing it. One of the things that they need to do, I went and kind of looked this up. I wanted to see who were the most successful teams as it applies to Vic Fangio, this went against Vic Fangio. And I'm going to tell you something, man, that y'all might not realize. It's the same thing with Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus's defensive success is predicated upon the front four. I'm telling you what the Cowboys did is very smart, and we don't realize it now, but we will. The weak link for the Cowboys was the defensive tackle position. Even with the greatest edge rusher in the world, that means that your front four is not going to be able to do what needs to be done so that the rest of this defense that he likes to run functions. The reality is his defense, it's predicated upon the front four being strong, great linebacker play, great cornerback play with the cornerbacks being able to not only cover but tackle, great safety play, nothing deep, nothing cheap. It's been done. We say this stuff is all pretty much the same for all these coordinators. All these coordinators, it's pretty much the same. If your front four can play well, you can beat a lot of teams. So what they did was they wanted to make sure that the Cowboys, they went and said, we want our front four defensively to play well. So how do you beat these type of defenses? Well, let's look at Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio's defense is no different than anyone else's. He's had a lot of personnel turnover. We're going to see how successful he can be quickly as it applies to his own team. Had a lot of turnover too. A lot of new pieces. Jon Gruden showed us. Let's look at the teams that have been successful and even the quarterbacks. And really, Dak Prescott has been, Fangio, I think is only his this will be his second season. He was a consultant, and then he became the coordinator. But he's not new in this league. These are the teams that have been successful against Fangio. These are the teams. Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, 8-0 against Fangio's teams. No surprise there. And some of that comes from the fact that Andy Reid is a master play caller. The Miami Dolphins. It says as a Dolphins coordinator, Fangio lost twice to Mahomes in 2023. Okay, so against the Chiefs. Okay, so he's also, get this, the Las Vegas Raiders. 5-1 against Fangio's Bronco team. Derek Carr, 5-1 against Fangio's teams. He's not unbeatable. He's not unbeatable. He's not unbeatable by far. Fangio, the Seattle Seahawks. Fangio, when he was a San Francisco defense coordinator, the Seattle Seahawks, Russell Wilson had a 6-4 record, including the 2013 NFC Championship game. Brian's got some experience with this dude. Brian's got some experience with old Fangio. Sometimes people, man, the bark is worse than the bite. People talking up Nick Fangio. Matt Eberflus, experience with him. Brian Schottenheimer, experience against him. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, these guys, they played against him. They'll be fine. They will be fine. We're going to talk about our predictions more on Thursday, but I do think the Cowboys are going to be able to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of people, let me tell you something, man. There are just people, I don't care who we would have on this team. There are just people in the reality is, there are just people that don't want this team to be successful. Bottom line. They just don't want this team to be successful. They don't. And there is not a move that this team, there's ever a team that rarely, this team rarely makes. There's rarely a move this team makes that somebody comes out and says, the Cowboys are going to win because of this. Every time the Cowboys do something, the media comes out and say, it ain't good enough. Every time the Cowboys say something, it ain't good enough. I mean, it's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It is absolutely crazy to me. Cowboys have made a great move, but the proof is going to be in the pudding. The proof is going to be in the pudding. Somebody said, Joe, was this April Shower? April Shower said, John got me worried. Don't be worried. Keep in mind, he's an ex-Philadelphia Eagle. He's got a little bias in there too. No, Cowboys are going to have a great chance, and I think they may even beat these boys. I do. Boomer D said, don't mind me. That's one in the chat right now tonight. He said, we crazy. Y'all good. But again, I'm telling us, I think the Cowboys have a great chance to beat the Eagles. I really do. I really do. Settings fan said, if that's the case, Dak Prescott may have crashed the quarterback market. No. Now, the difference is, 70s fan, the quarterback market is hard to crash. And the reason why the quarterback market is hard to crash is because they have the ball in their hands all the time. And quarterbacks are so hard to find. It is hard to crash the quarterback. But when you talk about these other positions, not so much. Not so much. All right, let me read a couple more of these, and then I'm going to get out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 4:30. Well, maybe a little early tomorrow. Got Bible study. And then I'm going to see y'all again. We're going to have a great show coming up on Thursday. I got something in the works, hoping I can get it all put together. Ryan Hannah, that's the key. Nobody knows what we're going to do. Nobody knows what we're going to do. Not even Jon Gruden. Jon Gruden couldn't even tell us what we're doing. You don't know. He could tell you the kind of players we have. He couldn't tell you what we're doing. He couldn't. But again, man, I am so excited, boy. It is finally time. It is finally time. We don't have to talk about the preseason. We don't have to talk about the trades. We don't have to talk about nothing but the game. LaQueen said, John G made it sound scary, but I'm still rolling with the boys. Turn. He scored around. He said he scored around the boys 31, Eagles 21. Hey, LaQueen, the moment he said the Cowboys scored 20 points, I said, man, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Poopy D, we going live at 4:30. I have not decided on whether or not I'm going to do the game yet. Because I kind of want to watch it with my wife, because I know how excited she get, and she ain't watching no game without no sound. My wife is not watching the game with no sound, Poopy D. So we probably going to do a pregame show and a postgame show. That's probably what we going to be. Pre-game show, post-game show. And one person, I'm going to make sure I stay true to my word. One person is going to win a George Pickens jersey on Thursday night. Somebody is winning a George Pickens jersey on Thursday night. I'll let you know some of the details tomorrow and Thursday. But somebody is winning a George Pickens jersey. I told y'all first game, George Pickens got his number. We're going to give away a George Pickens jersey. Demarion Overshown come back. We giving away a Demarion Overshown jersey in his first game. So, man, it's going to be so exciting. So exciting. We're going to be giving away a jersey on Thursday night after the game. And we'll talk about it more tomorrow. But again, nevertheless, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. 4 straight hours of content, Cowboys content. I'll see y'all again tomorrow at 4:30. Until the next time, appreciate you. Love you. God bless TC4L. Let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.